Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican po, he's verbis Latinos.
All right. Yeah, I fixed it, sort of. I'm going to swap this mic out for another one. So, it wiggles too much. All right, that's a little better. All right, welcome back. Yes, the judge is swearing in the jury as we speak. Can bring in his audio here. I think they're going to take a short break and then begin the opening statements here within the next 15 minutes, which means we have to be fast. We have to be fast here. I think they're on a break right now. We have to be fast and hurry and get things taken care of so we can begin trial. Particularly, we need to take care of giving away the internet because Horsesheet and Bananas was first in chat, and the first person in chat every time we go live receives the internet as a gift. So Horsesheet and Bananas, everything IP related now belongs to you until we go live again, where we will unceremoniously
reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So the plan is
take it from you and give it to someone else.
When we come back, I'll go through the preliminaries of what the jury can expect this afternoon, as far as opening statements, those sorts of things, and then opening statements at 1:30, an hour per side.
Live from the courtroom right now.
I'm not going to require evidence. If you have some that you want to put on, if you're not ready to put on evidence until tomorrow, that's fine. I told you that you didn't have to do it today, but we're a little bit farther ahead than what I thought we would be. So
the first witness that we intend to call, we've already told them.
It's a long day for them. I think it may be, a lot for them to process and getting back and forth and all of that stuff. So that's fine. If we end up at 3:30 or so, I'll let them go home, and then we will start up with evidence tomorrow. During the lunch break, you need to do whatever it is that you need to do to make sure whatever it is that you want to do, video, audio, all of that stuff is all ready to go. Are you planning on using photos, anything like that in your opening statement? Have you told them what it is? Okay. Okay, all right, just want to make sure. You're playing it from your laptop?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I'm not, that should be fine. I should be able to regulate it from up here. The issue will be, I don't think it's connected to the microphones. Hold on just a minute. We should be okay. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. And Mr. Tellini, you wanted to renew your motions. Or did you have anything else? Sure, okay, all right, then we'll take our break now. All right.
All right.
You want her at the table or in the?
No, she can
behind
find
you?
in the gallery. But
Okay.
Maybe coming now.
That's fine.
Anything, maybe.
You will need to let security know who that is because everybody else, I've said everybody aside from staff and people that are associated with the case, once they leave, they don't get back in until we take a break. So just let them know who it is. All right, court will be in recess then.
Okay, so the court is
Say 11:20.
11:20. That's all 8 minutes. It's an 8-minute break. So, yes, we got great audio from the court. We're expecting video very soon from the court. Actually, when we come back, I'm expecting a video feed to be available then. Currently, we just have the audio. The jury's selected. They've received their opening instructions as well. (1:30 p.m.) What time zone? That's going to be Eastern time. I'm at 1:13 right now, so that's 7 minutes or 27 minutes. Sorry, 17. I can do math. I gotta get my trial drive back after Terry. Dodie, this trial is it's a murder trial. Unfortunately, it involves an 11-year-old boy who was killed by his stepmom, allegedly. Isn't that 2 hours away? No. He said we're going to have like 8 minutes. We're taking a quick break. Did everyone hear something different than me? Why is everyone saying it's going to be 2 hours away? Still hearing the judge. Still no video yet. Still looks like this on the WebEx. We're expecting the feed to come across there. I'm watching some of the other feeds, the channels that say they're going to be taking a video as well. Not seeing them quite yet. Is she going to be in the courtroom? Great question, Amy. She's previously has chosen not to be there, saying, no, it's fine. Just have my attorneys handle everything. I'll just sit here in jail. And that was allowed at a previous hearing. I'm not sure if that's going to happen this time. Who said 1:30? Did I say 1:30 or did they say one? Judge said 1:30? There's no way. Man, these late trials are going to kill me. Instructions after break, then lunch, then opening statements at 1:30. Okay, so we have some brief instructions then. Hellcat, you might have some options. You have the right, but not necessarily the obligation to exercise that right. There was a point where Daryl Brooks debated not attending because he didn't want to, and the judge debated making him attend and decided he wouldn't, but asked that he did, and he did attend out of choice. But each state it might be a little bit different. Evil stepmom alert. Yes, we're going to see that alarm go off a couple times. Red pen. I swear I did not hear somebody say 1:30. Did I say 1:30? Did the judge say 1:30? All right, 1:30 by judge. Leave at 3:30. 1 hour each opening statement. But then he said an 8-minute break. Got a hot mic too. And now the rest of the story. Yeah, I could listen to this judge for a long time. Like maybe 6 to 8 weeks. That's what I'm thinking. So, which is a good thing because it sounds like we'll be here that long. You rewound. We're all mad here. Exclamation point seat. That's a command you can trigger in chat. If your name is in green, it just shows that you've either been gifted a membership or you've purchased a membership to support the channel. And that's just a virtual gift that I give back that says that you get to move to the front and watch everything from the front row. Like here, Linda Hill said seat, and she gets a response from my bot that says take your reserved member seat on the front row. It's just a way for me to say thank you. I appreciate your support of the channel. It doesn't change anything, obviously. The view is the same either way, but I do definitely appreciate those who support the channel. Not necessary, though. You being here is enough. I heard on your morning intro that you banned fireworks. Not the fireworks, just the horn, the party horn.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Okay, so 11:20 Mountain Time for more instructions. Then we're going to have a break, and then opening statements. So they're going to have the lunch break. They haven't had their lunch then, is what we're hearing. Oh, judge is back, clearing his throat. Yes, the courthouse, Marcy, next to your name, it changes colors based on how long you've been a supporter of the channel. I think the green color, like we see, if you're next to Ivan's name, is the latest as far as the latest color that's available, because I haven't been live streaming for that long. It starts off blue and then it goes sort of an aqua color, like a light blue right there. So it goes blue like this, then a light blue, and then it will turn green after that. Eventually it will turn purple. And that's the end. 5 more days and it's going to change.
Okay. I have more. No, I have more. Did you spill coffee on that one?
Smarted myself. So I can't.
So it's easy enough to do. No, it's easy. It's easy enough to do.
I think I'm going to start recording these feeds, because the WebEx is something I can't rewind on, and because the judge gave us specific permission to record everything.
Taking it easy.
There we go. Disc is plugged in and recognized. I have enough space to record 52 hours, 48 minutes on this drive. That's not enough. They need humidifiers in all courtrooms. Red Penzis is going for the purple. Woohoo! All right. Yeah, we're going to get some good sound bites here. Let me just make sure let me see if I can record. Little tech bit here for you while we're waiting for the judge to start talking. This little switcher can do amazing things. First of all, it has 8 different.
You don't sound a whole lot better.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has 8 different inputs, right? And I can switch between them and move them around any which way I want.
Still bothering you, huh?
But
I feel okay though.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just you can hear it in your nose. So.
It's his fault that now I'm stuffed up today.
Right down the line.
There you go.
Okay, so what I just decided to do was ISO record all the channels, which means.
There's a lot of sick kids out there right now.
Oh man, I need to do this differently.
And there is a vicious stomach bug.
So they're talking about illnesses that are prevalent.
You still have kids in school. You're to what's going on.
Okay. Yeah.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Okay. Thank you.
What is camera 4? Oh, I don't want 4 on. Never mind. Okay, so what I just did, and I interrupted a little bit.
Oh.
But I just set this up to record.
I might start it when they come back. Well,
to record every single channel separately.
There's not a way to. We're not set up for it right now. So
it's recording me in this little box right
now.
here. It's got that whole box, and it has this camera right here recorded separately, and it also has everything the judge is saying recorded separately, and so I can go back and edit and get sound bites. So if I accidentally talk over somebody, I can get the uncut sound. This is live trial, Melanie. Yes, we're waiting for the jury has just barely been sworn in. I just had lunch. Just had a little hiccup come back and bite me. The jury's just been sworn in. We're waiting for them to return from a quick break. They're going to have more instructions. Then I think they're going to have lunch, and then they're going to come back and have opening statements. So that's going to begin today. And I believe when we start with the jury coming back in, I think we're going to have some video there. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm watching some of the other feeds just to see what becomes available. So the voice you hear is the judges. Thank you, Marcy, for the super chat. Appreciate it so much.
Open the hallway.
Okay. Still waiting for the feed to start. Change the view a little bit. I think I'm going to pin. No, you're not late. Michaela, you're here on time. Mountain time zone? Yes, they're in Mountain time zone in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Dean. You're funny. I don't know why it got deleted there. I'm not sure. That might have been an accident on your comment. Yes, you hear my little RAs running around the house, and you'll hear the alarm because we have a that right there. We have a little alarm that will trigger and tell us which doors are open and closing in the house as far as exterior doors. Just lets us know which direction we have to chase after the kids if they're making an escape. So we actually have a couple kids that sleepwalk. And that's why it's extremely beneficial. What brand of laptop am I using? This is a MacBook Pro. It's an older one, but it's old enough that the fan just runs nonstop, and it's a little bit hot to the touch. But okay. So I use a MacBook Pro. I have an iMac over here. I have an old iPad, an iPad Pro, an Apple TV, and an iPhone. So I'm sort of invested in the Apple ecosystem. Then the big screen over there is the output for my switcher. That's why it has all the different screens on there. I can have up to 16 different windows pulled up at once that are showing me different bits of information. And then a Rodecaster Pro for the audio. Main camera is a Sony A6600. Michelle, you're late. You are late. You should have been here 19 minutes ago. Good to have you, though. Welcome. Finally in your time zone. Yeah, everybody on the West Coast and, even, the Mountain West is finally happy with this time zone because it works well with your schedule. Us on the East Coast have to stay up late for all this. Any minute now we should be getting underway. Just holding off. So that's our WebEx feed. I think one of the videos is going to be the main video, one of the boxes, I'm hoping. We don't have a good mail system here. Better if it's electronic. Dean, if you're really trying to figure something out, I don't know. Let me know. There might be some apps or something, but you being here is just enough. Just so you know. Debbie says, tech issues on my side. If I disappear, tell JB to get his dog sled to come and find me. Debbie, if it's tech issues, Horse Sheet and Bananas was first in chat today, so we gifted the internet to him. Horse Sheet and Bananas, Debbie needs some help with the IT side.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
First off, Your Honor, I am reaffirming my motion for a change.
Ooh, motion for a change of venue, maybe?
Just would I this to be last?
5 minutes.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Gonna address subject matter jurisdiction.
Filed this confirmation box. There's already expressed a frequency. That my opinion, that is not a fair and impartial jury. I also cite the court to people, Botham, Colorado Supreme Court, 629, 589, Colorado Supreme Court. And
Okay.
a lot of similar issues that we have here where there is overwhelming media presence. Much like Botham, the vast majority of jurors here had a that indicated that it had influenced. They cite in that the case of the United States, for Florida, that's that 95 SC 7. Quote is, in a community where most veneer men will admit to qualifying prejudice, liability of other protestations may be drawn into question. Or is it more probable that they are part of a community deeply hostile to the accused? More likely they may unwittingly have been influenced.
Okay, so
I would rest on the motion.
He's making motions and saying that they don't believe they have a fair and impartial jury.
Prosecution.
What we learned during jury selection is that while there was certainly a lot of media coverage for this case, jurors that were seated just during extensive examination by both parties and that if they had seen
They're not standing by the microphone. We can't hear them. So yeah, it sounded like they were motioning for a change of venue, which was overruled, and they were renewing that motion.
Trust and respect what we do in the criminal justice system. Heard of media coverage. Good in this case based on what happened.
Okay, so it sounds like this is just a renewal of motions that have already been ruled on.
Still two other motions.
Okay, hold on just a moment.
I hope we get better audio than that during the court. The judge is the only one that's mic'd really well. Lisa K. Harvey, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate your support. Please take a seat and enjoy the emojis. Holly, love that you're newish around here. I'm also newish around here. So we can be newish together.
All right. First of all, I've made a ruling regarding this before. I would reassert that ruling. But in addition, we've gone through, well, first of all, everybody wanted to have a questionnaire about what people knew about this case, and I thought that that was appropriate. It was something that we were going to have to deal with, whether we dealt with it in a questionnaire or whether we didn't. But the questionnaire was provided prior to the time that any of the jurors received instructions on the law and what it was that was required, the presumption of innocence, the beyond a reasonable doubt, the right to remain silent, those sorts of things, which is something that all the jurors were advised about during the voir dire sessions. In addition, the jury has been seated at this point in time, and one of the instructions that I gave them was they can't do their own research about any aspect of this case, and they can't rely on any media and those sorts of things. And I told them why. And that's because of the applicability of the rules of evidence, and that whatever they heard or whatever they listened to was not subject to the same things that evidence in a courtroom is, such as the witnesses are sworn to tell the truth or they take an oath to do so. They're also subject to cross-examination and examination by the attorneys, and any of the evidence that is going to be admissible must be admissible pursuant to the rules of evidence. So I tell them why they can't rely on it. I think that it goes against common sense to say that because someone has an opinion about something means that they have to be disqualified per se. In People versus Drake, 748 Pacific 2nd, 1237, Colorado, 1988, the court said that the test to be applied in determining whether a prospective juror should be dismissed for cause is whether the person would be able to set aside any preconceived notion and render an impartial verdict based on the evidence adduced at trial and instructions given by the court. And all of the jurors in this case have said that they can do that. They all seem to understand the court's instructions. In fact, when I was telling this jury panel why it is that they couldn't do research about anything and why they shouldn't listen to the media and those sorts of things, I got a number of nods of the head as to, indicating to me that seemed to make sense to them. So that the motion for change of venue is denied. In addition, it would be difficult for, essentially, I think it was Judge Schwartz that had the story about he moved a case to, I believe it was Durango, based on pretrial publicity. And then the Sunday before they were supposed to start jury selection, the local newspaper ran a story about everything that was in the case. Again, I think given the coverage that this has had, we need to keep in mind that we need to have some sort of venue to try it. I would note that this case is not really different than the Dylan Redwine case that was tried in, was it La Plata County? It was down in Pagosa Springs. The Holmes case that was tried in Aurora, and those sorts of cases. So the motion is denied. Are there any other motions we need to address?
Because I think, and I don't.
Oh. All right. Defense? All right. And just so that the record is clear, Ms. Stauch, you wish to waive a jury and have this case tried to me? Okay. Let the record reflect that the defendant responded yes.
Did you hear that?
Again, I think that the case law is clear.
Waive the
that
jury?
In some cases where a jury cannot be, where a fair and impartial jury cannot be seated, that the court has a constitutional obligation to make sure that the defendant has a fair and impartial jury. And if one cannot be seated, then the case should be tried to the court. Having said that, the law is also clear that absent that circumstance, the prosecution has a right to have this case tried to a jury. And I believe that I have put mechanisms in place to make sure that we have a fair and impartial jury. And as a result of that, I do not believe that it is necessary that I and I alone decide these issues. As a result of that, the motion to waive a jury is denied.
Denied.
Is there another motion?
Denied the right to waive the jury.
We good? Let's bring him in.
Here comes the jury. Hopefully we got video here any second now. This is crazy. Yeah, her attorneys argued that they didn't believe that the jury was fair and impartial. They argued for a change of venue. Both of those were dismissed. And then they said we'd argue we want to waive the jury.
Just so that you guys know, now use the front hallway. Use the front hallway when you're coming in. So it's just flipped from what we did before.
Judge wouldn't have it. The judge says, "No, I've put everything in place. This is a fair jury. We've the mechanisms
and
we've
each
had,
side will
had
have
here
a reserved pew, I guess, behind them. Yeah, that bench behind you, that first bench, is reserved for the defense. That first bench reserved for the prosecution.
Yeah. Ivan, her odds are not good. It's already spicy, Brett.
That's the DA's problem. And you can let them know that if there are issues that I need to address, I will address them. Yeah,
it would have been a bench trial, but they waited until after they seated the jury. It sounds like, I'm guessing, that they used all their strikes. It would seem, improbable that they would have a motion to waive the jury while they still had strikes. So they had agreed that they're okay with these people being on the jury. So it sounds like they used all their strikes to strike everybody they could. Then when they were out of strikes, the jury's seated. They still have objections. The judge says no more strikes. They say it's not a fair and impartial jury. And that's so that's the DA's problem. I am recording everything separately so I can go back and grab the audio.
What?
Even if I talk over it, I'll have clean audio. The only problem is it's eating up my hard drive space super fast.
You would have to ask admin, but not as far as I know. Because we're doing it as a live webinar, not as far as I know. I frankly don't think there's any space.
Yes, this could very much be grounds for an appeal. They're trying to preserve that. There'll probably be objections all the way through, especially if something happens with the jury or like somebody gets kicked off for some reason or something.
All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, we're so close. Okay, I'm going to change that to just record me. Janet Giel, you missed. The jury got their instructions. They were sworn in.
It's okay.
There were a lot of motions that were filed.
All right, thank you. You may all be seated.
Most was change of venue, which was denied. The motion, objection because they felt it was an impartial jury. That was denied.
Again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to apologize because I forgot to tell you one of the most important things that you need to remember before you left the courtroom. And that was, look to your left and make sure that the person that is to your left comes through that door before you do. If you do that, you're going to be fine. Otherwise, you're climbing over each other to get to your seats, and I apologize for that. It's a rule that I always say, and for whatever reason I forgot this time, and sometimes I do, and I apologize for that. So you've all been given juror buttons, and you have notebooks with notepads on them. And here's a couple of things that I want to talk to you about. While you are in the courthouse, please wear your juror buttons. You don't need to wear them outside of the courthouse, but please wear them inside the courthouse. It does a couple of things. First of all, it lets everybody know that you are a juror. So you may see other jurors that are wandering around with other juror buttons as well. What that does is it tells people that you are a juror. So it means that if potentially you run into witnesses, attorneys, somebody who may know something about the case, they will stop talking when you are around. Don't take that personally. They're trying to avoid even an appearance of impropriety. Again, don't take that personally. Secondly, it identifies you as a Division 15 juror. The courthouse can be intimidating. It can be overwhelming. And the architects who designed it designed all the hallways to look almost identical. It's an unusual place. People are sometimes anxious when they get here, even jurors as well. And so sometimes they get off on the wrong floor. And we have had jurors in the past become misplaced. Having that button on explains that you are a Division 15 juror. It will help a staff person help you get to where you need to be. So please wear them in the courthouse, but you do not need to wear them outside the courthouse. Mr. Combs has told you how to get in the courthouse in the morning. When you get out of the court, or when you come back after lunch, you'll come back through the Tejon Street exit, just like you did when you first came here, and how you got in this morning. You'll use that same process. Just come up to the 4th floor. Did you show them the video phones?
No, Jack talked about it.
Okay, so before you go, they'll show you where the video phones are, but they're right outside the elevator. You'll need to call us and we can let you in. So, in addition, you've all been given juror pads. They have some information, parking information for you. That's typically the one that is the most important for the jurors. We will also have some parking passes for you towards the end of the day. Don't leave without getting one of those. Make sure that you get one. It will make your life easier. It also has contact information for the county in case it gets lost, but I don't anticipate that's going to happen. But in the event that you need the contact information, it's also there. Your packet also has a question form on it. In Colorado, we do not allow, or we used to not allow jurors to ask questions. There's been a number of reforms over the years, and one of the reforms is we do allow jurors to ask questions of witnesses now.
Wow.
It has to be in a very specific format. However, you do not get to stand up and do your very best Perry Mason imitation.
Bummer.
Instead, what will happen is when the witness comes on, suppose the prosecution is calling the witness. The witness will take the witness stand. The prosecution will ask some questions. The defense will cross-examine, and then the prosecution will do something called redirect. After that, the lawyers are done. What I then do is I ask, do any of the jurors have any questions for this witness? If so, you raise your hand, you write your question down, you put it on the bar in front of you. I'll have somebody retrieve it. They come up here, and you get to listen to that wonderful noise. And the attorneys and I will talk about your question. I have to apply the same rules of evidence and law to your questions as I would to a question asked by an attorney. If the rules of law and evidence don't allow your question to be asked, I can't ask it. I can tell you that over the years, I've asked probably better than 95% of the questions that are submitted. If I don't ask a question, it's not a reflection on the juror, and you should think nothing of it. In addition, you shouldn't guess or speculate as to what the answer to that question may be. In addition, you've been given notebook paper. You can take notes. The notes are purely and entirely for you and you alone. Once this case is done, those notes are immediately destroyed. Nobody reads them. We don't grade them for penmanship, accuracy, anything else like that. So whether you want to take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. I am going to read a couple of instructions that may help you going forward. One of the instructions is you may have to decide what testimony to believe. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. Consider each witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while on the stand. Consider the witness's means of knowledge, ability to observe, and strength of memory. Consider also any relationship each witness may have to either side of the case, the manner in which each witness might be affected by the verdict, and the extent to which, if at all, each witness is either supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence which affects the credibility of the witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. In addition, evidence may be either direct or circumstantial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances from which the existence or non-existence of other facts may reasonably be inferred. All other evidence is direct evidence. The law makes no distinction between the effect of direct and circumstantial evidence. Suppose, for instance, that when my children were younger, they had baked some chocolate chip cookies, and I told them that they couldn't have any until I got home. So I get home, I find the lid off of the cookie jar, and I find half of the cookies gone. I could conclude from that evidence alone that it most likely was not my teenage son that got into them because there are still some left. So I think of the next most logical culprits, and I call the twins downstairs. Sam comes down looking like she always does. She has a nice clean face and a nice clean shirt. I ask her if she had any of the cookies. She says no, at which point Kate comes barreling around the corner running into Sam, and she has some crumbs on her mouth and some chocolate on her shirt. I did not see Kate actually take the lid off of the cookie jar, reach in, and take out a cookie. But I can conclude from what I do see, that's exactly what she did. The law makes no distinction between the effect of direct and circumstantial evidence. When you come back this afternoon, what you can expect is that we will have sort of a short afternoon. And this is on me because for planning, I wasn't sure how long it was going to take to get through the jury process this morning, whether or not we would still be in it this afternoon. So I anticipated that potentially we might have gone into this afternoon. So I flexed that with the attorneys. I said they did not need to present any evidence this afternoon. Evidence will start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. But when we come back this afternoon, what will happen is the prosecution will start their opening statement, and I've limited each side to an hour. So the prosecution goes first, then the defense goes. Then we will take a break for the day. I'll send everybody home. I'll have some further instructions for you at that point in time. When you come back this afternoon, feel free to bring in some water, some pop, some coffee, anything like that you would like to. If you want to drink something in the jury box, that's okay. Generally, I can't allow food in the jury box. If somebody is diabetic or has an issue with respect to that, let me know because there's a way that we can deal with that. So let us know if that's an issue. You can feel free to stand, stretch. Those seats I know are not the most comfortable. I get it. I sit in one that's similar to that a lot, so I understand that. In addition, don't think we have that juror, but in addition, for any of you who are vertically challenged, sometimes you'll find that the seats don't go down low enough. And if that's the case, we have something that you can rest your feet on so you're not feeling like a 5-year-old in a barber chair. And we got one. We got you taken care of. So we will get one of those, and that should help. The other thing is that feel free to bring in a jacket or something like that if you want to. It always feels warm in a courtroom to me, but that's essentially because I'm wearing a blanket all day long. But if you get cold or something like that, just feel free to bring in a jacket. Again, as you know, most of the eating joints are north on Tejon. There are a few south on Tejon. And your day going forward, your court days will look like this. We need you to be in the place you need to be to meet Mr. Combs in the morning, and he'll get you here so you're here at 9 o'clock. We will start at 9 o'clock. We'll have about a 15-minute recess or a little bit longer than that, somewhere between 10 and 10:30 every day. We'll take a break at noon. We'll come back at 1:15, 1:30, something like that. And we will go into the afternoon, and we will have about a 15 or 20-minute break somewhere between 3 and 3:30 in the afternoon. Then we will stop at 5 o'clock. When we stop, you will be free to return home. Again, you can go on about your business, do anything that you would normally do, except talk about this case or do anything with respect to this case. If you have questions or issues, contact Mr. Combs or Mr. Sproul. They will let me know. And I think that covers most everything that we need to cover. So if we can have everyone back in the jury rooms a little bit before 1:30 so that we can start on time, we should be able to do that. Sounds like it's a beautiful day outside. If you want to go for a walk, that's fine. And we'll see you back at 1:30. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so I don't know who said this. Let me address this really quickly so there's no concern. Boxer Mom says, Recovery Addict, another channel is inferring that you are breaking the rules by broadcasting the audio. I have a court order number 28, order authorizing expanded media coverage that says that any observer of the webinar may capture any video or audio of the proceedings and is authorized to rebroadcast them with 2 exceptions. There shall be no audio or video capture of bench conferences.
So we'll be back at 1:30. We'll start evidence.
And there's no capture of any video of any juror's face. So I literally have the judge's direct permission to do what I'm doing. But
I think that's it. Anybody else? Anybody have anything else? Prosecution, defense? Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Okay. So that's good. When we come back, we do expect video. We expect video to come back on this when they return, and we're going to have opening statements. Hopefully, that's if they can get everything together. Realize that we are reliant on the court for this. This is the court system we're tapping into. The cameras that are set up that will be filming the judge, will be filming the witness, will be filming the courtroom. It's going to be a Zoom type setup. I'm going to try to pull in a couple different feeds from a couple different computers so that I can go full screen on some of them so we're not looking like we're watching Zoom. We've had a couple of years of that already. We didn't like it. We're ready to move on. So I'm going to try to make it a little better experience for you that way. But I have to work with what we have. But yeah, I've got my ducks in a row. I don't want to be held in contempt, even if they don't have subject matter jurisdiction. Let's see. Okay. I can send them the court order if they'd like to play the audio on their channel as well. It's all you have to do is do your research. That's how we do it. No sidebars can be recorded and no jury video. That's correct. And in this case, the audio from the courtroom is muting sidebars, and we're taking the court's feed. So that's all we can do. I mean, we don't have to do anything. No changes. The judge had originally said that it was going to be opening statements later. Now they got a jury seated ahead of time, and it sounds like over the objections of the defense. My guess is the defense used all their strikes, eliminating members of the potential juror pool. Then when they were out of strikes, they worked through the process. They seated their 18 jurors, the 12 originals or 12 jurors plus 6 alternates. Then before trial started, before the jury was even brought in, the defense renewed some motions, and one of the motions was the motion to for a change of venue, saying that everybody knows about this. We can't have a fair trial here. Judge says, nope, we've already ruled on that. We're not going to do that. The other motion was, they said, Judge, we object. We do not have a fair and impartial jury, probably because of the strikes. The audio was very weak there. I'm sort of guessing at what their cause was there, but that would be I could reasonably infer that they ran out of strikes, and thus they said, we struck all the people that we had to, and we needed to strike more that we should have been able to, and they weren't able to. Judge says, nope, we're going to go ahead and it's a fair and impartial jury. And then says we're moving on. Then they went the next step, okay, the third step, and they said, Your Honor, we would make a motion that we waive the jury. We waive the jury, meaning yes, we've set a jury and they're all ready to go. We now want to be heard in a bench trial where it's just the judge who hears the facts and makes the decision. And the judge at that point, because that's a selection you can make as an accused, you can say I'd like a jury trial or bench trial. But at this point, the judge says, no, we've gone to all this effort. It's a it's a fair and impartial jury. Seeing that I believe it's fair and impartial, I'm not going to waive the jury, and we're going to go ahead with the jury. So really interesting there. Water, hydrate. Yes, I need some. I filled my cup without using the microphone. It's rare for me. So we've got right now we have lunch break for them, which means which means we have an hour and a half before they start. Is that right? Man, this is killing me. They're wasting half the day before they get going. The question is, why are you on another channel? No, it's okay. There are a million places you can watch true crime on the internet. I'm grateful that you guys chose to come here. I realize there are a lot of other places that do it differently. I hope to win your support by how we treat each other, how we handle the court cases, and how well, quite frankly, how I make it a better experience listening or watching court than anywhere else. That's how I hope to win your support. Evidence starts tomorrow, 9 o'clock, so it'll be 11 o'clock Eastern time. We'll probably start late starts tomorrow. Maybe do it 10 o'clock. Is there a command with instructions on how to become a member? Did we do that? I'm not sure if we have that. Okay. This is the best part of your day. Thank you, guys. You guys are amazing. Love that you're here. The only reason I responded to the comment about the legal thing is because I'm very aware of the legal responsibility I am under, as not just from my YouTube terms of service, not just from that, but from restrictions the court makes, and I can get sanctioned and lose the ability to do something. I could have a warrant for my arrest in some other state if I do something wrong. I do, as part of my research before airing a trial, I do as much research as I can into the media requirements and what we are and aren't allowed to do, so that I can make sure that I'm in compliance as best as possible. So that's why I want to do that. Let's see. We have, maybe we'll start talking about food again. I'll open the phone lines if you guys want, just briefly, as we're waiting for lunch. If you guys have any questions or something you'd like to discuss, could do a couple shout outs and things like that. Kathy, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Look at this. Miss Chris just gifted 5 memberships. Congratulations. Hopefully you got the setting turned on to receive gifts on this channel. It looks like Brit Rat, Holly LeConte, Natural Empress, Gabby Gabs, and Jesse R. gifted memberships, all thanks to Miss Chris's amazing and generous gift. Thank you very much, Miss Chris. I appreciate that. And congratulations to the new members, or returning members in some cases. Wonderful. Yes, I do see that we have a problem. We have a problem. The judge and I have the same voice, or we're similar enough that sometimes it's difficult. It's difficult telling us apart. But June, I love Emily D. Baker. She is fantastic. She uses a few more cursey words than we do on this channel, but she is brilliant legal mind. Tons of energy. Love her analysis on a lot of different things. It's really good. Looks like Mutt's calling in.
Call from to accept.
Hey Mutt, good afternoon. How you
Hello.
doing?
I am well, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous.
I was just outstanding. The weather here is fantastic.
Good.
I just want to know, do I officially still have your permission to restream you? I know
You definitely do.
we share some of the same audience.
Yep.
And I know that some of them get a little overwhelmed sometimes with the number of people in your audience. So I run a slightly smaller, but I always give you proper credit for who I'm restreaming.
And for those that don't know, this is True Celtic Mutt. He has his own channel. He asked me early on. He specifically asked for permission to restream my live stream. And because of that, I told him yes. And he has that. That's a standing thing. If I ever change my mind, you'll receive it in writing. How about that?
Thank you, sir.
So,
I do appreciate that.
Thanks
a lot. I wanted to make sure that everybody knows that I do have, because there have been some questions.
Yeah, and that's right. I appreciate there have been people like, hey, just heads up, this is going on. I'm like, first of all, thanks for telling me. But at the same time, Mutt, we love you, as Diana says, and you're definitely welcome.
Yes, I see that.
I try to
I
pop
love
into
you
your
guys,
channel
too.
when I can. So
Yes, you do. And we do, like I said, we do often share a number of the same audience.
Mm-hmm.
So I always want to make sure that I give you a proper shout out.
Awesome. You
I
have my
wanted to make
permission and
sure.
blessing. So thank you very much. If I get in trouble, you get in
Thanks,
trouble
sir.
too. That unfortunately that comes along with
I'm
it.
good with that.
So-
I am good. Look, I'm good with that. I'm okay with it. But I
and
just
Mutt,
wanted to make sure.
Yeah, Mutt, your channel
Yes,
name.
sir.
If somebody wants to watch somewhere, watch it over there with you.
True Celtic Mutt, just like it is in the chat right now.
Right.
It is True Celtic Mutt.
There you go.
I do not I do have a second channel, but I do not restream you from that channel. At least not intentionally ever. There may come a time when I accidentally forget to switch over.
It's all right.
But,
I won't be offended.
You know, yeah, it is True Celtic Mutt.
Yeah.
And I'm basically just we cover you, you know, and the way you cover the trial. So that's kind of the way it goes.
That's awesome. I'm thoroughly covered. There you go.
All right. Absolutely.
Well, Mutt,
Absolutely.
thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks for
you.
calling in. We'll see you, man.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That's Mutt. He's up in Virginia, just north of me, and I appreciate him. Honestly, I appreciate him making the call and asking my permission. I'm like, of course. I had never thought that somebody would want to do that, but of course he has my permission just for asking. That was awesome. What is everyone having for lunch? My wife made me a delicious chef salad. It was fantastic, and it probably had a little bit too much bacon bits on it, but I will never complain because bacon is, you know, I can have a bacon salad. It's really good. What is his channel? His channel is True Celtic Mutt, just like his username, and it's just on YouTube. So it's right. Let's see, where's he at? Wait for it, right there. Just I'll highlight it. So if you search for this on YouTube, you'd be able to see his channel. And oftentimes, depending on the court case, he'll restream the case that we're following here. So you'll see him and his face, and he'll do some talking, and he'll talk over me, and he'll talk about what I'm talking about. But then, so it's like Inception, like we're inside his channel. Too much bacon bits. A sentence does not make sense. DMB, I'm with you on that. I had to. I went with balsamic on the dressing as well. Okay. Taco salad, delicious as well. Here we go. We're talking about food. It's we should be able to post pics. Yeah. I wish we could in chat. That you guys could share pictures in chat on YouTube here. Jen Lou says, Recovery Addict, so moving forward with denial of bench trial, will she be able to use this in appeal, assuming she's convicted, of course? Yes, Jen Lou. I think this is preserving the record as far as their objection. And they didn't just make a single objection, but they said in making a motion for a change of venue that they were renewing their motion. Their objection. They've been making this previously. We haven't heard before because this is the first time we've carried the audio, but they're doing it again. So that multiple times they're saying this is still a problem. We still don't think we're getting treated fairly, and they've used every available avenue to seek the redress that they want. They're saying this jury is not fair. We're gonna get railroaded on this jury. We're in a town where everyone knows what happens, and we can't get an impartial jury. And so they say, first of all, we've used all our strikes. We've struck everybody we possibly can, and you're sitting people now. We can't strike anymore. Now you're sitting people that should be stricken, and we can't. They said that we want to change the venue so we have different jurors, a different juror pool, somebody who hasn't followed the news media day in and day out about this trial as it developed. And then after the jury was seated, they said, we want the jury waived, Your Honor. We just want you, Judge, to hear it. It's not favorable. It's not the best, but we would rather have just you listen to this than an impartial, a partial jury that won't be fair. So they've done everything they can. I think they've definitely preserved that for appeal. And you might see something during the trial as well where they raise these objections again. So great thought there. A great comment. Tish says, I've been working on Ancestry. I just found out that my great-great-great-grandmother's maiden name was Bacon. My world now makes sense. That's awesome, Tish. That's awesome. That's fantastic. In answer to your earlier question, says Lisa, Question: with the exception of civil fraud and defamation cases, there's no right to trial by jury in the UK. Criminal trials are jury. Jurors only get expenses as far as payment. Thanks, buddy. Did you see my little RA dive through the screen there, grabbing a book? Has Mrs. RA made any bread, cinnamon rolls, and homemade pizza today? She made. Bread was on Saturday, I think, which means we've eaten it all because it's Monday. So 6 loaves of bread gone. She's talking about cinnamon rolls, and I've asked her to make some. I think that might be today or tomorrow that we make more cinnamon rolls. And we did homemade pizzas yesterday for dinner. So yes, pretty much. We've hit all those in the last couple days. Jen Liu, thanks for the great question. Appreciate you popping in chat there with that. Let's see, how long did he have to wait to change back? Are you talking that's to Wendy. Was it the name? I waited to announce this to you first. I'm curious what's going on. I'm missing the conversation here. Let's see, Wendy. It was a name change. I missed it. Change. Oh, it's the name change. Okay, that makes sense. Boxer Mom, you're fine. Don't worry about it. No, you are completely good. I appreciate you bringing it up. It is something that I'm very careful about. There are some things that I want to cover that I can't, or that I'm not confident that I stand on good solid legal ground. And because this is all I do, this is my work. There is no plan B, because of that, I can't take risks like that would endanger, the future for my family if I don't do things properly. So I have to be very careful there, and I appreciate you bringing that up. I just share that with people, and I'm happy to, if there's another channel that's not certain about what they can and can't do, I can share that. Looks like Denise is on the phone. Denise, this is Recovery Addicts. How are you doing?
Hey, Scott. I'm good. I'm lurking. I'm working from home, and I have the 5-month-old grandbaby who was being very talkative just a minute ago, and I thought he'd make some noise, but now that I'm on the phone, he's not saying a word.
He's shy. Well, you can't. Yeah. It can't be called lurking if you're calling in on the burner phone. That's pretty active.
Well, okay. I'm not talking in chat. How's that? My hands are full.
That's awesome. I have to admit, this trial, as much fun as we're having right now, this is going to be a hard trial. The facts of this case are just, they're heavy.
Absolutely.
Heavy.
I watched another YouTuber yesterday read the entire affidavit. It was very, very long, and lots of very sad and hard to grasp details. Just hearing you say this morning that she buried him, and then she unburied him, took him to Florida, and threw him off the side of a canal.
Yeah.
I mean, that in itself is hard to even process. So the trial, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. I'm hoping that we have moments of levity that are not focused on the facts of the case, because we've had a couple heavy cases in a row where it's unfortunately that's what true crime is. A lot of times it involves murder. That's why the cases get the attention they do. That's why they get the notoriety and the cameras. And so it goes with the territory, and we're interested in. At the same time, we just have to prepare ourselves for this is going to be tough. It's going to be a tough one for 6 to 8 weeks. So
it is, and I think with the community that we have built on your channel, we'll be able to have some moments of levity. That's who we are. When things start getting too hard, somebody's going to say something, totally off the wall. Probably Ivan or Saul.
You're throwing them under the bus.
Or maybe
me.
Maybe even Mutt. Maybe you.
I've said some things sometimes with just not thinking, and you guys have been super generous in forgiving me because I talked without actually thinking it through first. But no, that's the good thing. This group is amazing. It really isn't a group of friends, and even if we have disagreements, we can either come to an agreement or just agree to disagree and still be friends afterwards. So it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Denise, give your little one a big hug. So excited. Too bad we didn't get to hear from him. He's all talkative on the phone. But
yeah, he is intently staring at the phone like, what is that?
What is taking your attention from me? All right. Thank you, Denise. We'll see you.
You're welcome, Scott.
Thanks for calling in.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Awesome, Denise. Let's see. What is the craziest law you can still be convicted of in the USA? Okay, so Lisa, that's a trick question because the still convicted of, we have some crazy laws on the books, like in Utah, it's against a lot of fish for whales in the Great Salt Lake or something like that. Yeah, it's a real law. It's on the books. They just haven't got rid of it yet, but you're never going to get convicted of it. There's some things that are on the books that just never get prosecuted. It would just get thrown out of court, even though it's against the law. So I don't know. I'd have to ask around. We do have some strange laws in different places. I'll say when I moved to North Carolina, I discovered they had some different laws than I was used to. I grew up knowing that if you wanted to drive on the roads, you had to have a driver's license. Well, in North Carolina, you can drive on the roads as long as you're driving like a moped, like a little scooter, and it's 50cc engine or less, and it doesn't go over 40 miles an hour. And then you don't even need a driver's license. You can just drive on the road. Apparently, it's safe if it's that small. You're completely unprotected. I was trying to figure out what it was, and then my neighbor told me they call them drunk sickles because if you lose your driver's license due to drunk driving, you can still drive one of these mopeds. So they call them drunk sickles. Fascinating stuff. But do you ever go to Wilmington for Britt's Donuts? I should. I have not for donuts. I have been down there for the beach. That's good stuff.
3.99.
Let it be summer. Sorry, I just muted part of it. Thank you very much for the generous donation for the super sticker with the blueberry boxing gloves. It looks good. Trial starts. Where was this? Who said that? I scrolled and I missed it. Trial starts later today for 6 to 8 weeks. Yes, it's going to be a long one. I've heard about 50 witnesses, so that means we've got some long witnesses because other trials have been less lengthy, have had like 150 or 200 witnesses on their list. Pam D says, hi, I'm new to the channel, but not new to trials. Can you talk about your background? Are you a lawyer? Pam D, thank you for asking. My background is actually a green screen. No, just kidding. I know what you're talking about. I grew up loving the law. I grew up reading the state code books. I loved reading about bills that were proposed in the legislature and the effect they would have on different people. I've been studying that. I've been going to everything from traffic court to city council meetings since I was just a little kid and loved it. I've never practiced law. My education is in the communications, electronic media. That's where I got my degree in. And then when I went to work, although I did some work in the media as far as cameraman, worked with the police and things like that, filming for them, I went to work for the Department of Defense doing IT. I worked myself out of a job there and took about 7 months off. And then decided to live stream and go back to things I love. This is the live stream side of it. Everything that I have here on my desk and everything I've learned and bought all these things during other projects that I've been, other jobs that I've had for broadcasting or recording or video production. And so I just put all the pieces together to make my own channel. And it is sort of wired together. It looks neat right here, but there are 40 cables that connect to everything that are just on the other side. It's a complete mess. I think it's a fire hazard. But that's my background. And that's where I got started on this. So not a legal expert, but we do have, luckily, where legal expertise is needed, we have some amazing people in chat. A whole handful of lawyers and paralegals and public defenders that are here in chat that chime in and help us out a lot. Thinking of Nicole and Matthew are great examples of that, and they pop on when they can to help us out that way. So. Kathy just gifted a membership as well. Thank you very much, Kathy, for that. It looks like this one went to Wendy. Congratulations, Wendy. Appreciate you your gift, Kathy. Thank you so much. All right. Watched a woman get a DUI for riding a bike. My friend growing up got pulled over for speeding on a bicycle, going down a steep hill. I believe it was 5th North or 4th North. I think it was 4th North in Bountiful, for those that know the area. I think it's a really steep hill. And he got a ticket for speeding. Apparently the speed limit applies to bicycles as well. How's my electric bill? Jill, my bill is not too bad, but it's also lumped in with all my water and sewer. And let's see, gas is separate. I think it's all lumped in together, but it's not bad. Most of what I use is actually draws very little as far as, my lights are LED and things like that. They're very low current. All these lights are LED. It's just a couple computers running. Cousin got a DUI on a lawnmower. This is the stuff that the movies are made of. I've seen some of these dash cam videos of people driving a tractor drunk or something. In Texas, if you steal a horse, ass, or mule, you will receive confinement in the penitentiary not less than 5, no more than 15 years. Horse thieves, yes, looked down upon in a big way. You can get pulled over for DUI in an electric wheelchair. He was pretty much passed out on the horse. Oh, my goodness. DUI on a horse is crazy. Evidence starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're going to hear opening statements today, Mimi. So we're going to hear the opening statements from both sides. It'll be about an hour each, and then we'll be done. So we'll get out of here at a reasonable time today, but pretty much for the next 6 weeks, it's going to be late nights for all of us, except for you guys on the West Coast. It'll be nice for you guys. Can someone drive a 3-wheeler on the street? Are you talking about like an ATV 3-wheeler? Let's see. Lawyer work is boring. Diffusing bombs far more exciting. I did find a bomb growing up. I have a bomb story, like an actual bomb. Should have moved to North Carolina for a scooter back in '85. Tommy, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Thank you very much. Good to have you here. Yes, Blue Jean Buddha. Oh my goodness. The jury gets to ask questions. Please, please, please. I hope this jury is, I hope they take advantage of this. Because there are so many times where we sit here and we listen to a lawyer cross-examine a witness and, go into detail about something, and we think, what about this? What about this? Now the jury, if they have that question, what about, they can just write that out. And as long as it follows the rules, as far as, what can be asked of the witness, the witness gets to answer it. But you imagine it's not going to be like the back and forth of like a hostile witness. You're not going to be like writing out, yes or no, did this, such and such. I don't think it'll be like that. Okay. Melody, good to have you here. Good evening to you. Hyper One, good to have you as well. I'd be in trouble right now if I could get delivery donuts. No delivery in the mountains. Delivery donuts. Now that thought's in my head. I'm so excited the jury gets to ask questions and notes. Yeah, notes and questions. They're going to be really good. It's illegal to park your horse with more than 2 hooves on the pavement. Yes, Annie, I do apologize for those who are watching over in the UK or Scandinavia areas, or even our South Africa friends, Taiwan. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough because we're gonna end probably like 7:00 in the evening Eastern time, which makes it very early in the morning your time. In Boston, duels to the death are permitted on Boston Common as long as the governor is present. I imagine he doesn't make his presence there very often. What are the trial hours coming up? I have to plan my housewife chores, housewife hours. Have to plan my man-housewife hours. Sorry, I got that said right. Kiefer, what's going to happen is today we've got 2 hours. So give us about an hour. It'll be about an hour before they come back from lunch. Then we have 2 hours of opening statements, and then they break. And then after that, it's probably going to be 8-hour days with an hour and a half for lunch. I don't know why. In the West Coast, they do hour and a half for lunch. On the East Coast, they do an hour. So they're going to take the long lunch and then probably 8 hours per day. So it's going to be long. Sorry, man. Debbie, did you get any metal detecting done this weekend? I did not. I did. I have a starling issue on my house. The starling issue meaning the starlings like my house. Those of you who have been here for a while know that I bought a really old house that constantly needs repair. It's beautiful. I love it. The hardwood floors are fantastic. The stained glass windows, the high ceilings. There are so many things I love about this house, and at the same time, I hate so many things about this house as well. And one of them is that I'm constantly just trying to keep nature out and us in. And the nature out is the hard part here in North Carolina. You don't have to water anything where I live. All you do to get things to grow is just stop cutting it back, and it grows. So it's a little different than growing up in the desert where I grew up, where you fought to keep your lawn green all year. Here, it's just trying to keep the lawn back away from the house and have it growing up the side of your house type thing. Anyway, so we have some starlings, which are not native to the United States. For those that didn't know, they were brought in as a bird for decorating, for sort of like livening up Central Park in New York. The European starling was, and it took to the area and has taken really to the whole United States and is now a menace, really. But and so I do eliminate the starlings that nest in my house. I'm not like actively eliminate all starlings around, but the ones that nest in my house I have to bring to an untimely end, which legally I can do. So I have to work on that a little bit. If you want more details, I can share. But let's just say I have a "You'll Shoot Your Eye Out" item from the Christmas story, the exact model. Mostly it just scares them. In Los Angeles, it's not legal to wash your neighbor's cat if you've not gotten their permission. I don't think there are not many places where I'd want to wash a cat. Cats and water, they don't seem to go well together. Maybe Katrina would tell me otherwise, but I finished sweeping up the winter crud out of the garage. That was a good thing. Awesome. Hey, look who's here.
Call from
Adam Nusky.
Adam, my friend. How are you doing today?
Hey. Hello. Pretty good. I don't know. It's but I had a small correction about your starling story.
Okay.
They were actually introduced, I guess, somebody who was a big fan of Shakespeare. They wanted to introduce all of the birds that were mentioned in Shakespeare to America, and that's how starlings ended up here. And then they almost, I think they almost didn't survive, but maybe unfortunately, they did end up finding a spot that they succeeded in, and ended up spreading and taking over. So
okay, so
that's all I had.
Since you've corrected me on my the I don't know what you call it, the immigration of starlings to the United States, I've got a trivia question for you about starlings. What is a big group of starlings called when they're flying around together?
Oh, that's a good one.
It's not flock. I know flock.
Yeah. I know with pelicans they call it a kettle, and same with turkey vultures. I don't know if I know for starlings, although they're magnificent when they get together because they fly almost as if they're like a one object, like in unison. Yep. So, but I don't know. I have to give up.
Well, Red Pen helped you out. It is a murmur of starlings.
Okay. Not to be confused with a murder of ravens.
Right. Very similar but different. murder of crows. Yeah. If you have not ever seen a murmur of starlings before, it's worth Googling. I've seen it live in person is incredible. Although they are a menace at the same time. It's incredible to see how they fly.
I do bird photography, and sometimes they gather I'm outside actually walking. So sorry about any cars and winds and things, but so I do bird photography, and sometimes they'll gather in the trees at dusk, and then it'll go completely quiet, and then they'll all just take off at the same time.
It's like an explosion.
So not only is it's auditorily interesting too.
Yeah.
It's just very, very quiet because they'll be chirping. They'll go quiet and they'll all just take off at the same time.
I tell you,
anyway,
when I first came to North Carolina, I was looking for a house, and I drove to one area that was heavily wooded, looking for this house. And I got out of the car, and the trees were screaming at me. I'd never experienced that before, with the cicadas and everything just going nuts. But the murmur of starlings and having them explode. It's sort of like, for those that maybe have explored out in the more the western side of the country, where have you ever startled a pheasant in the wild and it explodes, or quails, they explode from the ground, just fly off? Times that by like 1,000, and that's what the starlings are like when they all take off at the same time. And they also do one other thing at the same time when they do that. They all poop.
Yes.
Just boom. Just a collective dump. just happens.
Right. All right, I got to get going.
All right, Adam.
Good talking to you.
Thanks for calling in.
Take care.
See you.
Yep.
Bye.
All right.
That's Adam Nusky in chat there. Weather Watch says, shout out to Adam just because. Thanks, RA. Thomas, thank you very much. Good to have you as a supporter. 3 months, 3-month mark. Appreciate that. Tell those murmuring starlings to stop complaining. Murders, crows, and ravens. Yep. Murmurs the starlings. Starlings do one of nature's wonders when they come to roost. Okay. Very cool. I knew about the murder of crows. New information has come to light, man. Yep. As we wait, the webinar just canceled. Hey, that's interesting. Let me see if we can pull that back up again. Let's join the webinar now. Has not started. Okay, so they've closed it down. Hopefully they get the video running for this one. We'll keep an eye on that one. It shows it's not up quite yet. Sweet Serenity, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Got a couple bird photographers here in chat. Yeah, AJ, you never knew you'd know about how starlings poop. But you learned that here. You learned it here first. All over my clean windows. They aim for cars. Honestly, they like look down and see the reflective, clean, shiny surface of a brightly clean car, and it's just like they get you. The trees were screaming at me was how I entered this stream. For those that have been here and have heard, like, late in the summer, the cicadas in a heavily wooded area. It is nuts. It's just the trees are yelling.
I'm not a camel.
Holly, you can become eligible for gifted membership by going to this link right here. Just one second. You can type !gifts in chat, and it will just repost this link. You don't have to. If you can scroll up and see this one, you can click on that. You don't have to do it again. But you click the link, you go to chat, you change the receive gifts on this channel to make that be turned on, because YouTube is not going to give a gift to a channel that you don't want to be a member of. So you have to opt in on that, and then it'll work. They seem to like the sound the plop makes. Yes, well, I've got 4 different nests in my house, like in the eaves of my house. One under an overhang, and 2, 3, 3, I think. I've only got 3, no, 4. 2 corners, an overhang, and another eave. So I've got starlings on all 4 sides of my house. Britt Brat says, sent me a text. Let me take a quick peek at that. Checking the burner phone. Let's see. Ooh, Britt Brat just updated us. The Cousin Eddie Bond hearing just happened. He was granted house arrest. House arrest in the Alex Murdaugh trial. Cousin Eddie. Thank you very much for that update, Britt Brat. They sleep in our bamboo. Michelle, bamboo. How do you... I'm curious. My kids love bamboo. Like, bamboo forest is like their dream. We had some neighbors that had a little bamboo plot, I guess, a little bamboo forest in their yard. And it grows so fast you can watch it grow. It's just incredible. My kids like chopping it down and making like fighting sticks and stuff out of it. They beat on each other with them, or they're supposed to hit the other stick, but they end up hitting each other. My question is, how do you keep it from spreading? Is there like a way you can keep bamboo to grow in just a certain area, or does it just eventually just take over the entire country? Jen Mitch is a photographer as well. Wonderful. A group of hummingbirds is called a charm. Hakuna Matata. Fun fact about hummingbirds. I'm a fairly patient guy, and growing up, we had hummingbirds that we'd hang a hummingbird feeder outside the window, just with the sugar water and everything, and the birds would come in, especially in the evenings. And so what I do is I'd take our stepladder, and I'd go out there and I'd stand there and I'd put my hand out next to the flower, so the flower's here, and I'd put my hand there. And the birds, at first they'd come in, they wouldn't want to come near you, but eventually they'll come and they'll just sit on your finger and eat. And if you've never held a hummingbird before, they feel like a feather. They are so light, but they are sort of drawn to reflections, so you have to be careful because they're also sort of aggressive and territorial. And so if they see a reflection, even in a window, they might fly up to it to try to bluff, to sort of charge it. And they might see their reflection in your eyes. So they will frequently dart towards your eye, which just doesn't sound like a good mix. But so wearing glasses helps. It's like safety glasses. But yes, I've held a hummingbird. Love that screensaver. Why are we looking at a screensaver? That's no bueno. Let me fix this. There we go. Let's see. We'll get this webinar pulled up here in no time. It's not up yet, though. Did you hear that Letecia opted to wear her jailhouse threads instead of proper clothes? Why would a defendant choose to do that? Shar, great question. The last person I saw that did that was Daryl Brooks. They are the reason they can wear their civvies, their civilian clothes when they're in court, is to not project the image of guilt to the jury. So it's only in her interest to be dressed well in front of the jury. That's also why they bring her in first before the jury, so that they don't see her shackled and brought into court. That's why the shackles or any restraint she is wearing, if she isn't wearing any in court, will be concealed from the jury so they don't see them. But why the defendant would choose to do that, honestly, it's because she's crazy. That's why, or wants people to think she's crazy. Clumping bamboo doesn't spread out of control. I might have to look for that. My kids will love bamboo. More pipe making keeps bamboo in check. That's the secret. You just have to harvest it. Let me turn this off. Looks like we're done with jury instructions, so unpin that message. Okay. Pittsburgh. I don't know. Anything can happen. As we were listening to the jury instructions and listening to the motions at the beginning, I thought, there's a chance this won't go all the way through to the jury. There's a chance this will get, off the track midway. And I still think that. She's trying to prove the insanity, possibly. You have to contain bamboo in a raised flower bed surrounded by wooden. I have it against my house. The birds love it. I don't know about starlings. See, watching a couple different feeds to see if anybody has it yet, and I don't see it yet. Cindy's crazy. I think this is the same reason why she didn't even show up to one of her hearings. She's like, "Oh, my lawyers will handle it." Why would she not want to get out of jail? I mean, very few people like hanging out in a jail cell. But clumping bamboo. Is clumping bamboo, is it going to grow to like 40 feet tall like my kids prefer? Lisa B., I'm optimistic about this trial. I really am, that the audio and video will work great. Judge gave him an hour and a half for lunch. We have basic jury instructions that have already been covered, plus a second set, like 15 minutes after a break. Now we have lunchtime, and as soon as lunch is over, we're going to go straight to opening statements, Laura. So that's going to be today. And that's all we're going to have today. No testimony. Yes, I think you're right. I think she has been accused of attempting to, or at least plotting an escape. So she probably is not going to get many chances to do it again. Debbie just gifted a membership, and Janice Dant, congratulations. You just received it. Thank you very much, Debbie, for that. And congratulations, Janice. All right, so now we've covered starlings and bamboo. Are there any other topics we need to cover before we start talking about trials again? I'm not sure I'd want to wear jailhouse donated clothes. They obviously didn't help the previous person. She got charged with escape plans. Judge not happy with her. Yeah, I'd like to see what her plans were. I mean, what are the odds that would be successful? She slipped out of her cuffs and struggled with an officer, so there's a charge for that. Bama Liz, there should be video. There will be video, is our understanding. The judge has specifically given us permission to use the courtroom video. He gave order number 28, which allows us to rebroadcast that and use all audio and video from the courtroom, with a couple exceptions, and hopefully the court, since the courtroom's in charge of making sure those exceptions don't occur, I think we're going to be good. Roxy Moser, thank you so much. Wonderful to have you part of this family. Thank you for your 3-month anniversary comment. Poisonous frogs and blowguns. Okay. Are you talking about using poisonous frogs to poison the tip of a blow dart? Or are you hunting poisonous frogs with blowguns? Do I believe in Bigfoot? Pittsburgh, I've been a lot of places where they say Bigfoot exists, but I have never seen Bigfoot. And I've gone some pretty rough areas. I've gone places where elk won't go. And if you ever tried to chase an elk, that's very difficult to do. But I have never seen a Bigfoot other than my own. Put a barrier in the ground about 6 inches deep around the bamboo to contain it. Like a plastic liner or something? I'm just worried, does it like sprout seeds out the top? Like the top, I don't know how bamboo grows. Does it only propagate through root spread, or does it have seeds that drop and I have to worry about starts all over the place? Will you be going live over the Easter period? Not on Easter Sunday, but we'll follow this court case through the duration. My dad feels like he was chased by Bigfoot while he was on maneuvers in Washington State in the 70s when in the Army. I've read a lot of stories. I've pursued a lot of stories, like to learn about things that happened where I've grown up, to see where Bigfoot supposedly existed. And I've gone to places where there were Bigfoot sightings. Never seen anything, with the exception of one ghost story. I've seen one ghost. That was in England. It scares the daylight out of me, still thinking about it now. Yes, Tabitha, we heard that from the judge. Every Thursday off in this court. I don't know why. I wish he did Fridays. Then we'd have long weekends. But every Thursday off. So we're going to have to think of something to do on a Thursday. Maybe we'll do Thursdays to recap on the Lori Vallow trial. Rhizomes. Yes, we have that's like a Bradford pear here. The Bradford pear trees in some states they'll pay you to cut them down. Is this a thing, Tish? There's a Sasquatch package for a Bronco. That's pretty cool. I just like that they came out with a Bronco. My friend's dad, when I was, I don't know, maybe 7, 8 years old, he had a Bronco. It was the old style Bronco, though. Vermillionaire says, I got in an argument with a ghost when I was about 8. She was singing outside my window at 3 a.m. She just sang louder. She was nailed. Wow. My ghost story, it still scares me to this day. Just because I know it could not be anything but a ghost. And all 4 of us saw it. The burner phone's going nuts here. I'm getting all sorts of advice on bamboo. England is full of ghosts. That's where I saw my ghost. Loch Ness Monster. Be kind. This is a fun one. In Utah, they have a lake called Bear Lake, which is very unique. It looks like the Caribbean. The water is just very, very light blue, but it also has areas that are extremely deep, and it also has fish that are only found there and in Loch Ness. And so the idea is that there's a tunnel between the 2 lakes. I think that Cisco is only found there and somewhere else. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but they have their own monster as well. Nessie is what they call her. The Bear Lake Monster. Stop teasing. Tell your ghost story, pretty please. Let's see. Where was I? That was... Hang on, I've got to think of where I was in England. Just one second. I've got to make sure I get the city right. Okay. It wasn't Thetford. I don't remember the city name. I'm gonna have to look at my records to see where I was. Okay, so long story short, I saw a ghost. Sneaking onto a farmer's field, with a couple buddies who thought it would be a great idea to, you know what a pig farm's like. A pig farm has those little half moon little tins where the pigs sleep. It's like a little metal shed that the pigs sleep in. Well, pigs have the ability to, they don't have the ability to look up. Their neck bones are such that they can't look straight up. And so if they're curious about something that's above them, they have to walk away and then look back. And so if you climb on top of one of these pig pens and bang on the top of the pen, it will obviously wake the pig up in the middle of the night, and the pig will want to come out and see what it is, but it has to come all the way out and look up. Well, that is your opportunity to jump on the back of these massive pigs. And then that's how you start pig riding. The pig then takes off, and it becomes like a little rodeo event. When you do fall off the pig, which you will, you land in pig stuff, and then the pig will then make its best attempt to eat you. which it also will if you don't hurry and get up and get away. So it's supposed to be a sport of things, and they wanted to do it. I was not interested in actually riding the pig at all, but I went along with them. So late at night, we get out to the area where these pig farms are, and we have to park the car and walk through a cemetery, a church cemetery, which was like, it was not creepy at all. We walked through a cemetery and then out in this farmer's field, and we were just far away from everything. We walked probably 200 yards, and we've looked around. There's a farmer's house probably a quarter mile away, and maybe in half a mile. It was a good distance away, and we're in the middle of nowhere. There's no shrubs. There's no anything. It's just pig farms as far as we can see. And Buddy tries to get up and jump over the fence, which is an electric fence. He's the big guy is like stepping on the little guy's knee to try to get up and go over. Big guy ends up halfway making it over the fence and then falling down through the fence, and it ends up threading the electric wires with his leg. So he's like over one, under one, over one, and so he's like caught in the fence, and so he's getting shocked, like bzz, 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 and he's flipping out, and he's like falling over and everything. Right at that moment, we look back on the trail, and there was a ghost coming towards us, and it was bigger than a human could be. It was like Bigfoot, and it was glowing, and it was looking right at us, coming right towards us. And we all saw it, and we got up and ran and turned around, and it was gone. That was it. And then we left, and nobody rode any pigs. That's the story. I think it's Chelmsford. I think that was in Chelmsford. Let's see. Yeah, it was creepy, and I spared some of the details because it gives me the creeps just talking about it. It was a true story. Yes. Chelmsford has lots of ghosts. It was freaky. Never in my life before or after have I seen a ghost. No, I was thinking it was Thetford, but I think it was in Chelmsford. Trying to remember the areas it was in. Okay. Sean Hood, brand new subscriber here. What a fun bunch of guys you guys are. I can tell this will be new fave. Awesome, Sean. Thanks for being here. We're just kicking back, waiting for a trial to start. Currently, the judge's not even got the webinar running yet, so we're waiting for that live feed to kick in. At which time we're going to be taking that live, and hopefully this time it'll finally have video to go with the audio that we've been having. Essex, yes. No guy who drunkenly peed on an electric fence. It was an epic legend story of your youth. Yeah, you learn that lesson really fast, and you don't do it again. Although you try to get your friends to do it, I think.
Kick back, taking it easy.
Thank you, Lux Lobos. Taking it easy. Toyo Toys. The ghost. It was nighttime. There was no moon, and the ghost was putting off light, but just enough that we could see the face, and the eyes felt like they were boring through me. Like it was direct, and it was walking at a deliberate pace, like directly towards us down this path, like directly at us. And it was you could see clearly features, the clothing, although everything was very gray. It was walking towards us, and just a little bit of a glow around the whole thing. Not enough to light anything around it, but just to light its features, and just right at us, and not a sound. But it was probably about 100 feet away. And we all saw it, and at the same time, 4 of us. And all had the same description, and there was nowhere else. There was nowhere else it could have come from. We had just looked around before we decided to jump over the fence right then. There was like 15 seconds had passed since we just made sure there was nobody around within hundreds of yards. Came back early, and they started early. They were able to see the jury a little sooner than they thought. I've been told, I don't know if it's true, that ghosts can hurt you, but they can make you hurt yourself. Can't hurt you, but they can make you hurt yourself. Yeah, they sure scared us. Get off my hogs. Yeah. Well, let's see. First time caller
Call
here.
from.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
This is Layla. How are you?
Layla. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good. How are you?
Well, you know, I'd be better if court was going and we could be talking about crime. But
I know, but did I just hear you say something about a ghost?
yes,
Are you serious?
yes. Only time in my life.
I know. Let me lower my TV. Let me tell you what happened with me the other day.
Okay, good ghost story. Here we go.
I swear to God, I was sitting, like, I never used to sleep on this couch, but the past couple of days I changed. I slept. It was like around 3. Like I'm talking to you and I'm getting the chills.
Okay.
I'm waiting to lower my TV. That way we don't interrupt with the TV and the phone.
Okay.
So it was like around 3-4 o'clock in the morning. I got this feeling in my stomach, like I didn't even eat anything. It was so, it's like I can't even tell. It was a disturbing. But then it was this big, dark cloud. I swear to you, it was just like walking on it's like, I don't know how to say it. It's big, it's a dark cloud, and it was huge, and it came right through my front door. It's a metal door, mind you, and it came right through that window. And I swear to you, it looked like, you know how water walks on air? And now I just turned my TV and your channel came up, and first thing I hear you talk is about a ghost, and it's the first time.
Oh, man. That's creepy. Layla. You need to move.
Swear, look, I got the goosebumps.
You need to move. Oh, that's crazy.
You know?
Yeah,
So it's like, it's crazy. Look, I swear I got the chill when I'm talking to you.
I think everyone's got a ghost story or two. I have not seen any aliens, though. Never seen aliens.
No, I never mentioned aliens. Like, I don't get into that. But why you is like God, just, you know, like I truly believe, you know, it's a miracle that happened in the United States, because the way you did your channel for Recovering Addict, and the way we connected through, you know, through law, the way we watched what's his name through the trial. I think we got really close, you know, like with the group that we always used to get to each other every morning.
Yep.
And I truly believe, you know, because I liked you, how they say, I hope you feel my spirit. I thought yours was right through the TV.
Awesome. Well, that's wonderful, Layla.
So,
It's good to have you out there, and you as one of us. I'm glad you found us as well.
Thank you. I love you guys. I just wanted to share that with you. And you know what? Like I said, God, how they say God does his things different ways.
Yeah.
And you know what? We're at this age, and whoever didn't accept Jesus, I guess they have their own. You know, God bless you and your family, buddy. And remember, as long as there's good people in this world will be in a better place.
Awesome. Layla, I'm glad the ghost didn't hurt you. Thank you for sharing the story.
No, it didn't.
Appreciate you. We'll see you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Good night to everybody. God bless.
Bye. All right. Tish says, I lived in a house where a girl who lived there was killed walking home. Her bedroom was opened and shut by itself. It was always open and shut by itself. I found her pick in the window seal. Gave it back to her mom. Nothing after. Tish. Oh, my goodness. Who said about cow tipping? Show of hands. Show of hands. Who knows? Who knows firsthand what cow tipping is? Pittsburgh says I started this with. Now everyone's calling with ghost stories.
Roxy.
Roxy, how are you doing?
I'm okay. Washing dishes.
Yeah.
I kind of have two ghost stories. I've heard it in chat already. I worked in an embroidery factory, and before it was an embroidery factory, it was a jewelry store. And there was a lady I kept seeing. She had a red sweater. I couldn't tell what she was. I mean, it's like it wasn't like she was naked on the bottom. I just couldn't see what she was wearing. I just saw the red sweater. And she kept knocking things, our supplies off the shelf. It was driving me nuts. I went and talked to the boss. I said, "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" He said, "Shirley." I said, "Is that her name?" He said, "Yeah." And he told me that she was upset because they had turned her jewelry store into an embroidery shop, and she caused havoc every day. The second story, it's kind of funny. It was my mom. We had a swimming pool, and the liner needed to be replaced. So my mom, there's a local swimming pool place where the son of the owner pulled a Bernie Madoff and stole $4 million from people around the county that I lived in. He's still in prison. Yeah, his name's J.V. Huffman Jr. He graduated at high school a year before I did. So I knew J.V. very well, and I knew his dad well. They owned S&H pools, and my mama could not stand S&H pools. We always used other pool service. Well, my brother found, after Mom passed, my brother found S&H pools had the cheapest liners, so he called them to replace the liner. And when they got here, I went out back to check on them to make sure, because it was J.B. Huffman Jr.'s dad. I liked him.
Okay.
And I know, Mama didn't, but I liked him. Yeah, it's not his fault. His son went berserk and stole money, but I went out back. He came out of retirement, too. He had to help J.V. pay restitution. So I went out back to see if he needed anything to drink, and I walked in, and my mother is standing at the sliding glass door with her house coat on. And she turned around and looked at me and gave me the most, I'm in trouble look that she gave me when I was young. And I said, "Mama, I didn't do this, Brad did." And when I said that, she disappeared. I haven't seen her since, but she was angry.
Wow. Crazy
But
story.
it was funny.
Yeah.
I know, it was funny. I'm not afraid of ghosts.
That's good.
They're harmless.
Well, Roxy, thank you for sharing your two ghost stories. We're gonna have to start a separate channel just for ghosts, but we'll try to stick to the true crime after this. Thanks, Roxy. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Have a good day.
Bye. We'll have to have a separate ghost channel story where we can focus on that. Back to the true crime. Let's see. Has anyone helped hypnotize chickens or ducks? No, lizards. I can hypnotize a lizard. Get it to play dead on its back. A lot of people raised their hand when we said, "Do you know what cow tipping is?" I think they've done that. Cow tipping is definitely cruel. Would you like it if someone pushed you on the floor while you were sleeping? No, I wouldn't. Not proud of everything I did as a youth. Let's put it that way. Love Cow's got one in my freezer right now. Cows are actually dangerous. I'm scared of them. They're also very curious creatures as well. The cool thing about chickens, Verity, if you pick up a chicken and you hold the chicken, try moving it around and look at its head, how its head stays perfectly still. It is the world's best natural gyro-stabilized gimbal. Like that steadiness that the chicken's head has is what photographers have been looking for in a gimbal, to something that will steady their camera when they're holding it steady so it never shakes.
James Peacock just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
James, thank you for the super sticker for the 100. I think that's a good score. I think 100 out of 100. Appreciate that. Cows are adorable. Love spending time with them. Court is out to lunch. We'll be receiving the live feed once court is in session. Thank you for joining us. That's correct. We're waiting for the live feed to come up. It is not ready yet. Hopefully very soon. I'm a Taurus. Cows are my people. Tell you, as far as wild animal encounters, I'm trying to think. I've never seen a bear in the wild, like when I was just out hiking and there's a bear. But I've had nightmares about it, and generally it involves me getting eaten. But I've run into moose. Here's a funny story. Okay, I lived in Davis County in Utah for a while, and there was a time where we had like some guests come over from some other countries, like Spain or something. They're traveling, and they're part of a dance group that performs this like international festivals and things like that. And so these dancers came over. I think it was Spain. It was or somewhere in that area. They came over and they wanted to see the mountains and to see the fresh air and hike to the top of the mountains. And here I am, young kid, and my mom's like, "Hey, Scott, why don't you be their guide? Take them up to the top of the mountain," because I would run up to the top of the mountain anyway. Okay. And so I'm like, sure. And I lived on this mountain. Okay, every chance I could, I'm up on the mountain. I'm fishing in the creeks and running around and shooting BB guns and everything else. And so so we go up on a hike early one Saturday morning. We go up there, take them up there. There's like 3 or 4 of them, and they're like adults, and I'm like a teenager, but I'm the guide, so I know everything. And I'm trying to act like I know everything about the mountain, so they're asking me questions, and I'm making up answers as best I can. And we get like to the beginning of the trail, like right at the edge of where the city stops and the trail starts. And we're walking along, and they're like, "Oh, there's a moose." And I look over, and there's a freaking moose standing there. I've never, ever in my life seen a moose on the mountain there. And they're like, "Yeah, we get those all the time." And they're all taking pictures and like, "Oh, there's a moose." I'm like, "Yeah, happens all the time. This is just really cool." I was completely flabbergasted. I'm not sure if they bought that I was, that this was just normal. But here they were. They went to the wild in the U.S. and saw there were just moose hanging out by the houses. So that was pretty funny. I've run into a couple other moose in the wild. I showed up at a little pond. I showed up at the pond, and I got my fishing pole out, and I do my 2 casts, and on the second cast, suddenly the water just erupted and the moose stood up. It was like under the water. I'm not sure what it was doing all the way under the water, but it just stood up and it had like moss and everything hanging off its antlers. It was massive. I don't know what it was doing in the water, but I had not seen it at all since before then.
Call
Scared
from
me to death.
Golden Mom.
Golden Mom, good morning. How are you doing? Or good afternoon,
I'm good.
I guess.
How are you?
Sorry, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon for both of us.
I just had a funny moose story.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so I went to school in Vermont for a couple of years, and I was like a resident assistant, but I was like not just in like a dorm. I was like actually there were like 4 apartments per building, and each apartment had like 4 roommates. And being in Vermont, like, you're up there by all the mooses.
Yep.
And I had to do like rounds to make sure everyone was like behaving and stuff. And I was doing a solo round, and at the time my boyfriend was in another building because he was also on duty that night. And he was like in another building on the other side of campus, and I just turned the corner and I just see this thing staring at me.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm like, do I run? What do I do? Like, and he's just like quietly like walking towards me. I'm like quietly taking a step back, turn around, and there's another one. And I'm like, I'm going to die. I literally called my mom and I was like, Mom, I love you. I just want to tell you I love you. I'm going to die.
This is how it ends. I'm going to get trampled to death by a moose.
I actually called the non-emergency number because I like radioed and no one was like listening to me on the radio because no one could believe that there was 2 animals just staring at me.
And that's when they knew you weren't a local.
Yeah. And I was just like, well, I called the non-emergency number because we had just like had such a good relationship because they were always like there and just would stop by and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was always calling them for something. So I called the non-emergency number and I was like, hey, if I run from this moose, is it going to chase me? And they're like, don't run. And I was like, okay, well, what do I do? And they're like, just stay still. And I'm like, I can't stay here forever.
Yeah, it's like
it was so scary.
It's like running from a bear. You can run, but you'll just die tired.
Yeah,
you know that's what happens.
Yeah. Well,
So-
and like I was honestly afraid that like because we were like on a hill, so I was like, well, if I run down the hill, like, but I was like, what if I fall?
Yeah.
Then that thing's gonna trample me.
Yep.
So I literally just like went up to like this like bridge and I like knocked on the person's door and I was like, hey, is everything okay? Like, I was like, I'm just going to hang out here on the bridge.
Can I just chill out here for a while until the moose leave?
Yeah. So I just had to call and tell you my moose story.
Golden Mom, that's hilarious. They are dangerous. You know, I've heard stories about some of the pilots up in Alaska where a moose will be on the runway.
Yeah.
And the plane needs to land, and so they're trying to get the moose to leave, and they'll try to buzz the moose to try to scare it off, like fly over near it, and they're like the moose instead they just like set their feet and they're like bring it, and they'll take on an airplane. They're crazy. Snowmobilers.
He had like no concern about me. I was like waving my walkie. I was like trying to do everything, and they're like just like staring at me like, girl, we got nothing on you.
Couldn't care less. Yep.
And then I have a ghost story for you.
No.
So
Okay.
I graduated from Ohio University.
Look what we started, guys. Okay, go ahead.
I graduated from Ohio University, and it was during mom. They had at Ohio University they have a mom's weekend, a dad's weekend, and then like a sibling weekend.
Okay.
And so my mom and one of her best friends came, and I was like, oh, there's gonna be this really cool like ghost tour we have to do of like the old like insane asylum. And I'm not even joking, we were walking, so I made my mom do it at dusk. It wasn't night, but it was dusk.
Yeah.
So by the time we were walking through, it was dark. And we were walking down the hallway and everybody just stopped. And there was somebody standing immediately in front of us, in front of the room that the person hung themselves in. Just standing there. And I was just like, Mom, did you see that? And my mom was like, yeah. I was like, okay, I wanted to make sure it wasn't me because, we did go out and have margaritas before that. But, and everyone else was like, this is so crazy.
Man.
But, yeah, so
Crazy,
needless to say, I haven't done anything. But now my mother-in-law wants to take me on a ghost tour in Florida, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I might not be able to make that one. Yeah, I'm not into getting scared anymore. As a kid, yeah, it was fun, but now it takes too long for my heart rate to drop back down, and I'm not sure if it goes up that it'll survive the sudden bump. So.
Yeah. So anyway, I just had to call and give you those two stories.
Awesome, Golden Mom. Thanks a lot. Good to hear you again.
All right. See ya.
We'll see you. Bye. Let's see. I work with the youth group. Do they know about my YouTube channel? Yes. I did a class. I taught a class. They wanted to know what I knew about YouTube. And so I taught a 20-minute class where 3 times I went over everything I knew about YouTube during that 20 minutes.
Call from
Patches.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. I didn't quite catch the name. Who is this?
It's Patches.
Patches. Hey, Patches. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm calling from Ohio.
Yeah.
And we've been listening to ghost stories. How about out-of-body experiences?
Oh, man. Look what we opened the door. I guess everything's fair game now. Go ahead.
It's real. It is so real. When I was younger, I was sort of like a spoiled brat. I was newly married and used to having my way with my husband. And he was telling me no. I can't even remember what it was I wanted to do, but he told me no. So I really got mad. And I used to do this every Friday night. I'd get mad with him because me and my girlfriends wanted to go out and party.
So it was another one of those weekends I wanted to go out and party. So I put him out. I put him out on Friday nights, and I'll take him back on Sunday. Now, that's spoiled, you know, I was young. So I done that. But this time I come home, and I got in the bed, and I could feel myself rise up off the bed, and I was looking down on myself, and I couldn't move. I was just stuck.
Man.
Levitating above my own body. I could see me, and I mean, I wanted to come back. And in my mind, I'm saying, God, if you let me come back, I won't do that no more. Because what I had done, my husband loved cologne. And back in those days, it was like Avon. Everybody liked Avon cologne. And he had all these glass Avon cologne bottles. And he'd come by the house. And because I told him to leave, he wouldn't leave. I just started dropping him off of the second floor, dropping him on the floor, and breaking all these cologne bottles.
You were a bit of a firecracker.
Yes, I was.
Wow.
I'm calm now. But I mean, I laid down, and that's why I had this out of body experience. And I mean, I lingered up there for a while, and I kept saying, Lord, let me come back. I won't ever get mad like that again.
Okay,
it healed me. I have never lost my temper like that again.
So
it scared me.
You learned your lesson.
Yeah.
I've had a similar experience where I woke up and it felt like I just fell on the bed as I woke up.
I mean, it separates you. You see this body that's not moving. Yeah. You know it's you. You can see your face, but you're levitating above it, looking down on it because you're about to leave. Oh, wow. You're leaving this world, and I don't even know who had me up like that. I don't know whether it's the devil, probably.
Wow, sounds crazy.
But I couldn't come back. Yeah, it's true though.
Well,
and I also wanted to tell you, I'm new to the channel. I'm starting to learn the channel, what you do. So far, I really like it. I really do. I'm enjoying it. It's like I'm watching all these trials, but now I'm not just watching by myself. I'm actually watching with a group of people.
Yeah. Well, we don't actually do ghost stories. I'm not sure how we ended up here.
No, unless there's a trial with ghost stories in it. I know.
15 minutes till court, says Sherry. We're gonna get back on topic here. But Patches, thanks so much for sharing the story. Appreciate you calling in.
Thank you so much for letting me tell my little story.
You're welcome. Good to hear you.
I'll continue to watch. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, we're gonna get back on topic here as we've got trial starting here briefly. I think 15 minutes until trial starts. The webinar's not up yet that I can see. Man, it's getting warm in here. I'm trying to get the AC working, but I think my family's fighting me on the other side to heat the house. Let's see. There we go. Okay, we're going to get it cooled down. All right. Nice that the burner phone can control my thermostat. I've got all sorts of messages. The Sasquatch package from Tish. It's an awesome car. Yeah, we don't actually do ghost stories here. We're going to stick to true crime for a little bit. Okay, let's see. Where were we? We're trying to get to the start of this case with Letecia Stauch. Stauch. Did I say it right? Stauch. This is a murder trial where she's accused of killing her stepson. It's been in the news a lot, probably because it's just crazy. Stabbed, shot, buried, dug up, put in the suitcase, hauled across the country in a U-Haul, and then dumped and found under an overpass. Yes, I need AC. It's 75 degrees outside. I realize you guys are getting like 3 feet of snow over there in Utah, but it's hot where I am. Let's see. Is the family there for the trial? We don't have a feed quite yet. We should see the courtroom. I'm not sure if it'll show us the looking back at both tables or not. Hopefully it will. Bring the jury. Just exclamation point jury will make that command play, Brittany. How old was the stepson? He was 9 or 11. I think he was 11. 86 degrees in Florida. You have a nice fire keeping the house warm, and it's snowing again. Yeah, it's funny how we're getting completely different weather right now, all at the same time. Yes, it's starting soon. We're actually starting in about 15 minutes. The webinar has not started yet. That gives us the video access. So we're waiting for that webinar to kick in. Yes, Gannon was the son's name, the 11-year-old. Scraped ice off my car this morning. What's that? I don't know about the daughter's charges. The daughter was with her while she was doing her cross-country trip. I'm not sure if the daughter knew what was going on. I haven't looked into that. I knew she was there, but I don't know how much she knows. If someone can use the words wholesome and true crime in the same phrase, this is how I describe this channel. Love your approach and respect for all views without being tawdry. Thank you, Annie. We do have a lot of fun here. I do think I think it's important that we be family friendly, and that's what I've had from the beginning. Hope to keep it that way. Someone stole your donut, Tiny Justice. You've got turkeys, loud turkeys. It's funny that turkeys are hunted in most of the U.S. And almost every state that has them has a hunting season for turkeys. And it seemed there was a point where they were trying to introduce them into other states, saying we're trying to build up the populations and everything. And now they're just a pest in so many areas because they don't stick to the wild areas. They'll go down in the cities and make a mess on your lawn. And they're a little bit noisy. Daughter isn't culpable. Okay. Family-friendly true crime. Yeah, there's no nicer place to talk about horrific killings than right here. How do you know all the sayings? Yes, Brittany, what you can do is you can type ! commands right here, like Katrina did in chat. And that will give you a list that will have most of the commands. I think there's a couple on there I've turned off. Let's see. So you've got all these commands start with an exclamation point. So you can do late, new, addict, mug, burner, Matthew, Discord. You know, the voice ones are things like SMJ, name, lawsuit, B, cat, camel, cackle, squirrel, Alex, Peeps, and Buffer. But Buffer's, I think, only for mods. Dylan's mom says, usually lurker, but wanted to say hello. Welcome. Good to have you here. We're about to kick off this trial if we can get the live stream working here. It's not quite working yet, but we'll be here in no time.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
For the record. It's noted. Turkeys have beautiful feathers. And they taste good, Adam.
You're talking
honestly.
about stuff that is not relevant.
Thank you, Gomo Gomez. I appreciate that. Have some fun audio equipment I get to play with. 10 weeks. 10 weeks, VC. That is such a long trial. 10 weeks at $60 per day if you want to buy the audio recording from the court. I haven't heard anybody, Sharon, that had a birthday today. If you do, though, now is the correct time to make it known. Yes, that was Judge Manning in there, Alyssa. Did you recognize that?
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Let's see. Roseanne Sanders, good to have you here. Welcome. It's a fun little group to be part of. Waiting for the live feed. Roseanne, everyone's on slow mode.
Not a camel.
I believe, let me just see what it is. We've only got about 1,000 people in chat, which is about normal for before trial starts. So Let's see. Slow mode means everybody has to wait 15 seconds between talking. We do that just so that when you make a comment, we'd like for people to be able to see it before it scrolls off the screen. And if everyone if everyone can just make as many comments as they want back to back, then they move off the screen before we have a chance to read the other ones. So we do it not so that you can't talk, but so we can read what you say. You found the original, Jen Lynn, the original Kickback Taking It Easy. That was a really fun live stream.
I don't consent to that name.
Lindsay, yes. The court in Idaho, originally they wanted to charge like $5 for the first hour and then 25 cents per minute after that or something like that, which would have been ridiculous. Just amazing. And they lowered the fee to $60 a day for a copy of the audio. And so in response to that, all the media channels united together and said, hey, let's buy one copy and then share it with each other because that's perfectly legal. So we're not going to enrich the Idaho courthouse for their bilking them of money. But yeah, $60 a day they're paying. So it's going to be, do the math. Let's do it together here. Ready? I'll do it. I'll pull up a calculator. So we have 5 days a week times 60. That we're up to 300 times 10. That's up to $3,000. $3,000 to get a copy of the trial. I did that
Now Murdoch
on
stole
my
it.
computer, not in my head. Brittany says, I actually know nothing about the trial, and I kind of like it that way. So, yeah, unfortunately, some of these trials are going to be really heavy. This one has some stuff in there that's going to be hard to listen to. Let's see, the striker for my slate call is made out of turkey wing bone, arrows fletched with found left wing feathers, right wing spins right. So you make your own arrows. That's awesome. I've made one. It did not fly straight. Probably because of my fletchings, but let's see. If I have a bad dream tonight, I know who to blame. Not my fault. Not my fault. I told one story because you made me, and then everyone else shared their stories, and they were scary. Let It Be Summer says, I'm a little behind. So is Sarah Boone delayed? We're going to listen to a trial today. We are listening to a trial. It's not Sarah Boone, unfortunately. Sarah Boone had her hearing on the 28th of March. Was that Friday or Thursday? I forget the days. They all run together. But it was on the 31st, which was Friday. In that hearing, the prosecution was ready to go. Said we only need 3 days, and we'll have this case done. Defense says we're not ready. We're trying to find an expert that can testify about battered wife situation. Apparently, no expert would touch the case for $10,000, which is how much budget they have allotted for that. So they can't find anyone who's willing to testify on behalf of Sarah Boone about that. So if they can't find anyone here this next time, they might have to go ahead without that defense, which would not be good for her. I'm watching multiple feeds here. Still don't have any available. Hey, Mrs. R.A., welcome. Thank you. Okay, she was in court a few days ago. They can't find someone to examine a tester. Yeah, Hannah, we live streamed that the court appearance. It was interesting. She's changed her hair a little bit. I think the most interesting thing about the court appearance with Sarah Boone was that her lawyer looks like he's, halfway in the coffin. He looks like he's almost dead. He's got his walker. He can barely move. He's shuffling around. He looks like time has not treated him very well. He's been very sick. He's injured his back, things like that. I don't know if he's going to survive the trial. So, Heather, as far as this trial goes, we are waiting right now for the live stream of the opening statements to begin. We've had jury selection this morning, and that was it. Jury selection and instructions, and that was audio only. Now we're waiting for the video to begin, and it's just not quite there yet. We're waiting for the live stream to take off. That's what we've got is, let's see. I can show you what I'm looking for. Okay, so we are in Division 15 trial webinar right here. We're waiting for this button to turn blue. As soon as it turns blue, that means the court is sending the feed of the trial, and we'll be able to join. So they're on break right now as they finish their lunch. Copeland Whiskey says, how long have you been a YouTuber? I started in October live streaming. Before that, I spent about 3 years metal detecting and occasionally posting videos. October, though, during the DB case, during the DB trial, I started live streaming about halfway through that trial or early on in that trial, and had 13 people the first day, 35 the next, 450 the next, and then 13,000 day 4. Apparently, a lot of people were interested in that trial, and that's what got me started. Whose birthday was it? Mrs. R.A. just walked into the room and gave me the keyboard for the iPad back. That's it. Nola's Girl. Welcome. Thank you for clicking the subscribe button. Sarah has been through 7 attorneys. Not all of them are her fault, honestly. I mean, several of them are, but several of them are not. When you look at why the different attorneys filed to be released from their case, the first one was a public defender and asked to be removed because Sarah Boone said she wanted to hire her own attorney. Hey, look at that. We have a button. We have a button. Just 1 second here. Next. I think we've got a webinar. I'm muted. Join the webinar. Okay. Give me just a second. We have video. I'm just getting it set up right now. Okay, here we go. We finally have video from the courtroom. No audio yet, but audio is turned on.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Okay, this is interesting. The cameras, they're still moving them around right before court begins.
Alex stole it.
It's going to show the jury. That's the jury off there on the left. Okay, I think they're dealing with what's called a pan-tilt zoom camera, which is crooked. For those that want to know, they're very carefully moving over to make sure they don't have. Let's see. This is nuts. They've got to do a better job with these cameras.
Call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. What we're going to do is let the people into the courtroom now, and then we will bring in the jurors in a moment. Are you ready to go on hooked up? And are you going to be using any electronic stuff? You're going to be plugged in from there or the podium?
We're plugged in. Oh, you're going to do it.
No, I don't care. I just need to. I just need to know. Okay. All right. And I will turn off the perimeter lights when we get there, so that everybody can see. And so let's go ahead and let them in.
So this is going to be our feed of the court. This is awful. This is absolutely terrible. I mean, yes, it's crooked, but I'm hoping somebody reaches out to the judge. Yeah, the judge hasn't shaved in a bit. Looks a tiny bit different. At least the audio is good, at least so far. I'm hoping that the other sides, both tables have good audio as well, and it's not just the judge's mic that's picking everything up.
There we go. You're using that Ms. Gratiano, you're using that laptop, right? That's what should be coming up on the screen.
There may be some disturbing images that come up on the screen on the top right-hand corner of the center picture. Looks like that's going to be the presentation for court, and we probably are not going to be cutting away from it, just as a heads up. I can see what Law and Crime has up. They look like this. I'd rather do this. But if you give me a minute and some more access, I could bring up. Might be able to fix this a little bit better. This way I'm not covering some of the stuff that's happening here in this. Man. Let's do a full screen view maybe. It's a little better.
Are we good? All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
The judge is going to have to clear his throat at some point.
Becky, are you using this for bench conferences or? Okay.
Okay, I have to turn off any audio for bench conferences, so I'm wondering what they're going to do. I might have to manage that manually. No. Yeah, seriously. This is a little crazy. It's a little bit weird, their setup. I mean, I assume lawn crime's playing with their feet a little bit. Oh, now they're copying me.
I'm actually checking it again. All rise for the jury, please. Yes.
Remain on throughout the trial, or is it something?
Unless I turn them on, and I will let you know if I do that.
This is just funny. People are doing all sorts of names and videos. We're going to turn that off. Hide all names.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will call 20 CR 135A, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our recess, I told you that we would start with opening statements at this point in time, and that's where we will begin. Again, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. This is this is sort of an overview of what they believe the evidence will show. With that, prosecution.
They dimmed the lights for the theme.
Go ahead.
No, I was asking if you turn on.
You want it now? Go ahead. Okay.
And if you want to dim the lights, I'm fine.
I can't, actually, I thought this was for perimeter lights like it is in my courtroom, but it's not. Their panel is up there if you want to dim the perimeter lights. It's up to you. Okay. All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Paramount question you will have to answer as jurors in this case has to do with sanity, specifically the defendant's sanity. At the conclusion of the evidence, the court will give you jury instructions. One specific jury instruction will talk specifically about insanity. It will read that as to the question of sanity, the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the acts as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. That is an essential element of a crime charge. A culpable mental state is like an intentionally or knowingly. Evidence in this case will show that she could distinguish between right and wrong, and that she was absolutely capable of forming the specific intent required for these charges. Those instructions will go on to give specific guidance on what qualifies as a mental disease or defect. It says care should not be taken to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, passion growing out of anger, revenge, or hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions. Because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the ones that I just listed, the person is accountable to the law, meaning that person can be found guilty for committing crimes charged. You should consider the evidence you will hear in this case in context with that instruction. This case is about two people. First is Gavin Jacob Stauch, an 11-year-old little boy, came into this world premature, weighing just 1 pound 6 ounces. He proved to be a fighter and overcame the difficulties associated with being born so small. He's survived by his mother, Landon Hyatt, his father, Al Stauch, and his precocious little sister, Lena. On January 26, 2020, something bad happened inside the Stauch family home. Gannon suffered some burns. You'll learn this from a video recording this defendant made that night, January 26th. You'll hear her as she manipulated Gannon, putting guilt on him for some mistake that a child made. And in that recording, you'll hear Gannon say in his own words, "I'm just worried about my burns."
Two, I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm going to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose?
I did it.
Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise.
Pinky.
Okay, all right. So listen. We're all right. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay. So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay. You got it. You got it.
I'm just worried about my burns.
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow.
The other person in this case is that last voice you just heard, who said so tomorrow. This lady sitting right here, the defendant. January 26, 2020 and into January 27, 2020, she was the sole provider for Gannon. Her husband, Al Stauch, Gannon's father, serves in the National Guard. He was in Oklahoma for National Guard training, left that Saturday night, the 25th. Everything that happened to Gannon from that point forward was her decision. She carried out actions to kill Gannon, to put his body in a suitcase and hide it, to hide evidence of what she did to Gannon. Told numerous stories to investigators to manipulate the course of the investigation. And finally, to discard Gannon inside that suitcase off of a Florida bridge like garbage. January 27, 2020, Gannon's home, located at 6627 Mandan Drive, here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, turned into the stuff of nightmares. In fact, the one place a little boy like Gannon should have felt the safest, his bedroom, turned into, like I said, the stuff of nightmares. That bedroom is, in fact, where he was brutally murdered. The defendant attacked him viciously, mercilessly, deliberately, and intentionally. These are exhibits that you'll see from the doctor down in Florida, Dr. Ignacio, when she performed the autopsy. He'll tell you that Gannon suffered 18 stab wounds to his body, his chest, his back, his head, and most importantly, his arms and his hands. Why is that important? Gannon was fighting for his life, and those were defensive wounds. Next came a crushing blow to his head that was so strong, it fractured his skull like an eggshell. That wasn't enough for this defendant. He retrieved a 9mm handgun, fired it at Gannon 3 times. 2 bullets struck the pillow near him and were caught in the fibers of that pillow. That 3rd bullet entered his jaw, traveled through his head, fracturing his mandible, his vertebrae, hitting his spinal cord, and lodged in the back of his head and was recovered at autopsy. Gannon's life drained from his body, drop by drop. The photo that's on the screen right now is a picture of his bedroom. Same corner where he was in that picture, or where you'll see him in a picture in the bed. Each one of those markers signifies a small blood drop that splattered across his wall. It ran down the corner of his mattress, soaked through the carpet padding, and puddled on the concrete foundation below that carpet. The defendant then took very deliberate action. She decided to hide her crimes from the world, and she took action to hide those crimes from the world. She collected Gannon's bloody and broken body and the blankets and pillow that were near him and shoved them into a suitcase and hid them in the storage unit in that basement. That basement storage unit is right around the corner from Gannon's bedroom. What she didn't know is that she was leaving clues behind in that storage room. That plastic tub that you see in the bottom left portion of that picture has Gannon's blood on it. There was an Amazon box in that storage room that has Gannon's blood on it. The concrete floor in that storage room had Gannon's blood on it. The defendant next decided to clean Gannon's room. Deliberately, intentionally, knowing what she was doing. She scrubbed the walls, cleaning them off. She scrubbed the carpet with scrub brushes that were later found in the dishwasher. Those scrub brushes have carpet fibers in them. They have blood on them. They have Gannon's DNA on them. This is Gannon's bedroom when members of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office first came to the house on January 27th in the evening hours. This is what it looked like. No obvious signs of a struggle. No obvious signs of blood as they walked through the house and through Gannon's bedroom. There were no obvious signs of a struggle or a murder because the defendant had cleaned them up. And also realized she had Gannon's blood on her person. Clothes that she was wearing, likely containing Gannon's blood, based off of how much blood had hit the walls, were never found. Her clothing was never found. These shoes, the defendant's shoes, were found on the washing machine, drying. That reddish rust color that you can see on the soles, Gannon's blood and DNA were found on those shoes. You can see just how much blood she was walking through as she was cleaning up that mess. Took more deliberate action. She collected and discarded other important clues. I mentioned she stabbed Gannon 18 times. The instrument that she used to stab Gannon has never been found. That 9mm handgun that she used to fire 3 rounds at Gannon, shell casing ejected out of that firearm each time she pulled the trigger. No shell casing was ever found in Gannon's room. She then took more deliberate action when she hid Gannon in a suitcase, first in her car, and then up north near the El Paso County, Douglas County line. GPS location data was used to track her locations or her movements. And it led to another grisly discovery up just in this area here. A board was found under a tree. That board had Gannon's blood on it. This is miles away from the Stauch family home, which is in the southeast part of the city, close to the airport. You'll learn through testimony that this board came from the Stauch family garage. Then took more deliberate and thoughtful action. She loaded the suitcase containing Gannon into the back of a rented van and drove to Florida. And that's the course of her travels from here to Florida. She rented a hotel room in Pensacola, Florida on February 4th, 2020. She drove a short distance from that hotel room, which is sort of by those blue angular marks on the map, up to where that red square is on the map. Drove a short distance from that hotel room, across a dark bridge that drives over a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico. There she acted with determined purpose. Stopped that van. She hauled the suitcase out of the back of that van, drug it to the side of the road, hoisted it up over the railing, pushed it over the side, hoping that Gannon would never be found. 48 days later, 1,300 miles away from where Gannon was murdered, the search for answers and Gannon's remains finally ended on March 17, 2020, when the suitcase that came from that basement storage room, Gannon's remains, blankets, and the pillow were found by an unlucky bridge worker checking that bridge for safety. And imagine the shock that he felt when he realized what was inside that suitcase. Inside that suitcase, obviously Gannon's decomposing remains. Also these 2 blankets and that pillow. Remember the pictures that I showed just a moment ago of Gannon in bed? These pictures were taken by this defendant on the morning of January 27, 2020. Sent them by text message to Gannon's father, Al, who was in Oklahoma for training. Take note of those blankets. Take note of the blankets that were recovered from that suitcase. The very same blankets and pillow that were in those pictures on January 27, 2020 were found 1,300 miles away with Gannon underneath that bridge. The defendant then purposely, intentionally came up with numerous different stories about what had happened. Gannon was missing, went to a friend's house and never returned. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped by a guy named Eduardo. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped, but this time by a guy named Quincy Brown. She went to look for a bike up near that Douglas County, El Paso County line. Gannon test drove that bike, crashed, and suffered a horrible head injury. And a guy named Quincy Brown takes Gannon, and now the defendant doesn't know where Gannon is. Cartels were somehow involved with Gannon's disappearance. And most cruelly, that Landon Hyatt, Gannon's mother, was involved with Gannon's disappearance. All of her actions were purposely designed by her to distance herself from what she did. Throw off investigators, buy her time, escape accountability for what she did to Gannon on January 27, 2020. At the conclusion of the evidence that we'll be presenting in this case, you'll be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charges that we've leveled against her. You'll also be asked to determine whether she was sane or insane at the time that she killed Gannon. All of her decisions, all of her deliberate actions betray her claims of insanity. She knew that what she had done to Gannon was wrong. Why hide it? You'll hear her own voice through recorded phone calls and interviews. The evidence itself will prove her sanity. As jurors, part of your job will be to determine how much credibility, if any, you give to the witnesses. That same rule applies to expert witnesses. You'll get to hear from doctors. You'll get to hear from GPS expert witnesses. Lawyers get tongue-tied sometimes. And when they take the stand and take an oath, you get to judge whether what they are saying makes sense. Is it credible or not? And if it's not credible, you get to discard it. If it's credible, you can use it in your deliberations. But you all get to decide whether that credibility extends to that witness or not. The same will hold true for our expert witnesses and the defense expert witnesses. Get to hear from a doctor that will testify that the defendant was insane at the time of the murder of Gannon Stauch on January 27, 2020. With all expert witnesses, you should gauge what they're saying, measure it against the other evidence that you're hearing. Does it make sense or not? Like all expert witnesses, if it doesn't make sense, you can discard it. You'll also hear from others who knew her best. People that have the best opportunity to see how she was acting. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Could she form intent? People like Al Stauch, the man who was married to her. People like her brother, Dakota Lowry, who flew out here after Gannon went missing. And most importantly, her very own daughter, Harley Hunt. See, Harley Hunt was in the best position to know the defendant's state of mind, especially as it relates to when this crime occurred. She was the only other older person in the house. When Al left to Oklahoma, Harley Hunt was working. She's young, 17 years old at the time, thinking about going into the Air Force. But she becomes the defendant's closest confidant after the defendant killed Gannon Stauch. In fact, she also rode with the defendant on that van ride from Colorado Springs to Florida. She'll be able to tell you in her own words whether the defendant understood the difference between right and wrong, whether she could act intentionally or deliberately or not. And she'll tell you that she could on both counts. Remember, this case is about two people. Gannon had no choice what happened to him that day on January 27th. The other, this defendant, she held every single decision in her hands. She took deliberate, thoughtful actions that ended a precious life and tore our family apart. Your job as jurors will be to listen intently to all of the evidence. Because even the most mundane evidence, it might seem inconsequential when you're listening, is being given to you purposely so that you can make the determinations you need to make as jurors. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Was she able to form a culpable mental state? Every single piece of evidence that comes from this chair will be used by you to make that determination. The next time I get to talk with you directly the way I'm doing right now, that'll mean we've concluded evidence and we're giving closing arguments. At that time, both sides will get to ask you to make determinations based on what you all have heard. We're going to ask you to hold us to our burden of proof. The criminal justice system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. Our burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The things we have to prove are the elements of the crimes charged. We also have to disprove that the defendant is insane, meaning essentially we have to prove that she was sane. The evidence will do that for you. We will ask you to give justice to Gannon and Stauch. We will ask you to find this defendant guilty for what she did to him more than 3 years ago. We'll ask you to find her guilty of murder in the first degree, murder in the first degree of a child under 12 years of age, tampering with a deceased human body for taking Gannon's body from that scene and transporting it across the country, and tampering with physical evidence. We'll ask you to convict her on each and every one of those charges, and the evidence will guide you towards those convictions. On January 27, 2020, 6:55 p.m., the defendant herself called 911. She called 911 to report that Gannon was missing and not come home. Call taker you'll hear asked the defendant, who was the last person to see Gannon?
Who was the last person to see him? I guess me.
The evidence will show that she was the last person to see Gannon alive. The evidence will show that she was sane on January 27, 2020, when she ended Gannon's life. The evidence will show that she acted intentionally and deliberately when she took Gannon's life. And then we will ask you to convict her. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Defense?
That was wow.
Mr. Cook?
Good afternoon, members of the jury. I talked to some of you during jury selection over the last couple of weeks. To some of you, I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Will Cook. I, along with Mr. Cellini, represent Letecia Stauch. Now, this is a very tough case. We looked at the jury questionnaires, prosecution. There was a lot of strong feelings. Questionnaires. Have you formed an opinion about Ms. Stauch? Got a lot of she's guilty. Got a few she's evil. People forming opinions about this case before they ever hear one shred of evidence. As a defense attorney in this case is very worrisome when people have come in and they have preconceived notions of what's going on. With respect to the question on the paperwork that you got about insanity, what do you think about insanity? Is it valid? Something that's legitimate. A lot of people said insanity is just a way to get out of taking responsibility. It's an excuse. Doesn't exist. It's fake. Got a lot of that. So I, as the defense attorney, have two big problems in the case. I represent Ms. Stauch, who, according to a lot of jury questionnaires, is evil and guilty. And us raising insanity is a bunch of BS. A lot to deal with. Been looking at this case for going on 3 years now. All the photos, I've seen all the reports Mr. Tellini has, and it's a lot. What you saw on the board this afternoon, that's the PG stuff, the rated G information, photos you're going to see. For a general audience, go forward in this case, you're going to see the autopsy photos. You're going to see the photos of when Gannon was brought out of the suitcase. And they're horrible. Horrible. It was an awful, awful thing that was done to Gannon. And I see Mr. Allen get up here, and he's emotional, almost into tears, talking about it. And I get it. I get it. What happened to that little 11-year-old boy is beyond description. The facts of this case, awful. You know, it's so bad. This is a lost cause. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't quit. I can't leave this courtroom.
He just about walked out.
Got to do my job in this case. Mr. Tellini does. I can't just, after that opening statement, all the information I've seen, the photos, the smiling picture of Gannon.
I've never heard an open like this.
Hearing about him being shot and stabbed multiple times. Hundreds of witnesses and 800 pieces of evidence that are going to come in. I can't check out now and just sit down and write this out. I can't do it because it wouldn't be fair. Wouldn't be fair to the court system, the process, and it wouldn't be fair to Ms. Stauch. And I know people will say, well, who gives a shit about what's fair for Ms. Stauch? The court systems do. The law does. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights. The war fought over these things that we're dealing with today. Old school laws, the presumption of innocence, right to remain silent, stuff that comes all the way back from old Boston and Paul Revere riding through the streets on his horse going, the British are coming, the British are coming. Old stuff, and it matters. And once we decide something in the media, before you have heard one shred of evidence, prejudge this case before anything has taken place, then all of that is lost. And we are truly a country that is no longer ruled by law, but by the media. I get it, we've lost. Mr. Tellini, we lost. Stauch, we lost. We have lost in the court of public opinion and the media. He's guilty. I get that. This is a court of law. As Judge Werner said, come through those double doors there. This is a special place. This isn't the media. This isn't Facebook. Wash all of that away. Don't try to get up and walk out of the courtroom before you've started. Do your jobs. Listen to the evidence. When the evidence is complete, go back into the jury room and weigh the evidence. All I'm asking of you, just give us a fair shake. I can see it in your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of you, as far as you're concerned, I could burn in hell for representing Ms. Stauch. A lot of you won't even make eye contact with me. I might as well just be the devil himself up here running his mouth. But I'm not. No different than those three at that table right there. Paid advocates. Werner here in Voir says they are paid advocates. Leeny and I, we're paid advocates. They have their side of the story. And I just want to be heard. Want our side to be heard. And if at the end, guilty, but you weighed the evidence, you listened, you didn't prejudge the case, your biases, your sympathies, your prejudices that you had at the beginning of this trial, if you didn't let those come in, were fair and impartial, but it's still guilty, I'll take that. I'll take that in a case like this. A lot of evidence. Very, very difficult case. So don't quit on me. Now, Mr. Allen is right. He's a good attorney. He's well-spoken. The elected DA. This is going to come down to insanity. Lady here and was killed back in January 20. How do you figure that out? How do you look into the mind of a sick person and divine what they are thinking? Well, evidence, people statements, observations, recorded statements, phone call, heard Ms. Stauch talking on. That's good stuff. What else can you look at? Motive. Somebody's motive. Remember that word? Up every day during jury selection for the past 2 weeks by the prosecution. Motive. You were told, and rightly so, by the prosecution that there is no requirement for the prosecution to prove motive. They're right. Does that mean that motive doesn't matter? No, it doesn't. Not mean that. Even though jury instruction talking about insanity, the prosecution just put up on the board, talked about motive or lack of motive could be a sign that there is insanity or not insanity. And it's in the jury instruction there. So it does matter. It's not required, but it matters. And it matters because it's evidence. You don't have a motive, that goes to show a lack of evidence. Say there's a couple people involved in a shooting and a murder out in the community. Paper reports it as a random, senseless act of violence. One person shot to death. Police investigate. They have 3 people that are suspects that were there at the scene at the time of the shooting. One problem for the investigators. Don't really have any other evidence. A week later, doing some good police work, they uncovered that one of the 3 people was a drug dealer who was ripped off the week before the shooting by the dead man. A lot of money and drugs were stolen. All of a sudden, with that information, this random, senseless act of violence becomes a murder with a motive. It does matter. Could you?
You need to put it up. It's not hooked up yet. You can turn off the perimeter lights if you want.
That's the judge's voice you're hearing there.
I'm not getting the feed come through. You are hooked up to the defense. Still not coming through. Oh, there you go.
Enlarge that, or
That's what you're looking for, right?
that's the photo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will turn your attention to the 2 boards, screens. This fancy pointer that you were alluding to, Judge. Extendable. All right, we've got a photo here. We've got some familiar looking faces. Gannon, Letecia Stauch. Stepmom, stepson. Gannon's little sister in the back. Look at that. Looks like everybody's doing pretty good. Happy, sunny day. Maybe Miss Stauch is doing a selfie holding the camera out in front of her. When would have this photo been taken? The day before Gannon died. The day before he was killed. It wasn't a photo of evil, anger. A photo of someone, by all accounts, who was a loving stepmother, care of Gannon. Gannon's father was on a deployment. Stauch worked as a teacher herself in the Whitefield School District, an elementary school teacher. Got a person that was, living would seem like the American dream in a nice suburban house in Morrison Ranch, suburbs of Colorado Springs, Colorado. But behind those photos and smiles, Stauch. Oh, you.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Stauch was hiding. Stauch was dealing trauma and abuse that had been going on since she was a toddler. A troubled childhood. Mother wasn't really much of a mother. She had a line of stepdads or boyfriends or whatever. Her mother, come in and out, come in and out, in and out, in and out of her life. From the time she was 3 or 4 years old, Miss Stauch, until she finally moved out. And she suffered. She suffered horrifically from these stepfathers, these boyfriends of her mother. Watched her mother get beat by the boyfriends, physically abused, until eventually the physical abuse these men reserved for her mother eventually trained on Miss Stauch here. Little girl. First, it was just physical beatings, whoopings, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, and then it became sexual, where she was molested regularly. Five or six until she was a teenager. Constant. She used to have to sleep in the car out in the driveway to get away, not have to be molested and sexually assaulted by these men. Sleep in the car in the driveway of her house. And because her mom wasn't around a lot, it's kind of an absentee mom. A lot of these stepfathers, if you could call them that, cared for Miss Stauch exclusively. Mom was out somewhere doing something, gone for several weeks at a time. And Miss Stauch, as a young child and a young woman and a teenager, was left in the care of these men. How do you deal with this? You're 6, you're 7 years old. What do you do? Physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse. How does a kid handle that? Well, a lot of people that have had bad childhoods go on and they're fine. There's some that don't. Some is a survival mechanism. Some of these children's personalities fragment. And why do they do this? This fragmentation of the personalities when there's abuse at a young age. Because in the case of Ms. Stauch, her abuser was also the person that provided her means for survival. A 4, 5, 6-year-old kid does not go out and get a job and work and acquire their own food, pay the electric bill, pay the rent. So while they're being abused, they also, as a matter of survival, have to both hate and love, to fear and placate their abuser / caretaker. And how does a person do that? Well, I think in a lot of situations, no one person can do that. That's where the fragmentation personality comes in. All the good and all the bad, all the evil and the hate can't reside in one place, and and I know some of you, based on your jury questionnaires, think I'm telling some fanciful tale about this. I get it. I read the questionnaires. But as such, you have sworn an oath multiple times to follow the law and the evidence. Don't like insanity or dissociative identity disorder? That's okay. Joke or an excuse or not valid? That's okay. It's okay if you think that outside those doors. In here, you got to believe it's a legitimate mental health defense, that in fact it exists and that it is scientifically backed. You're going to hear doctors, sworn experts on both sides. So yeah, it's in the DSM-4 or 5, which is the book of psychological ailments and issues psychologists and psychiatrists use to diagnose things. It's listed, accepted in the scientific community issue. a real issue, dissociative identity, of multiple personalities. Now, whether you believe or their experts believe what our expert believes about whether it was present in this Stauch case, different issue. But you must, to be fair, impartial, and unbiased, you must believe that it is a possible defense. It is a valid defense. It is a valid defect or disease of the mind that triggers the insanity provisions under the Colorado laws. Laws that trigger when we bring in some testimony or some evidence that there is insanity causes the rules, the laws to pivot. So that the prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt let's say in this case, circle back around. Why all of that just matters. Going back to motive. Let's wait. Evidence, exhibits, photos, videos. We're going to be in here for 8 weeks. School's going to be out. Making plans for our Labor Day barbecues, not Labor Day, barbecues by the time we get done. But you know what you're probably not going to hear during all that time with all those exhibits, all that evidence? All those witnesses. You're not going to hear about a motive. You're not going to be given a motive about why Ms. Stauch, January 2020. Reason is there is no motive. There is no reason. Doesn't make sense. It's insane. Smiling photo. Next day, Shannon's gone. No reason for it. Prosecution may say, oh, well, makes it that more tragic that it was such a pointless death of Gannon. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on that. But there was some major psychotic crack that went on during this time. Go from teacher, loving stepmother to 2 children, loving mother to her own child, Harley, a person that Gannon's father entrusted his own 2 kids, watched and loved and taken by this woman here. Being a killer of a 11-year-old boy. How do you get there? Big jump. There is no explanation for it. I don't have one. She broke on that day, ladies and gentlemen. She broke. Broke from all that was right. Made sense. And the axe, putting Gannon's body in a suitcase and traveling 1,300 miles, whole of Florida, and throwing the suitcase, Gannon's body in it, side of an overpass. Different stories she told. She was raped by somebody. Person who raped her kidnapped Gannon. Hear all the stories. The prosecution's going to play it for you. These are all signs and evidence of a mind, a soul that is broken, most fundamental and profound way. So broken, doesn't even know what it was doing. What was going through that person's head? The killer Gannon's head. Stauch's head. All the stab wounds, the shootings, the bruisings, the beatings, the burns. What was going through that person's head? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. For the person that she was killing that day, attacking, I wasn't Gannon. I wasn't Gannon to her. Wake up that day and go, I'm going to kill this. No. She was killing the demons. Her life from the dark depths of her childhood and her life. You're going to hear different doctors. We have a Dr. Dorothy Lewis. She's from Yale. She's been at it a long time. An MD. Got a lot of experience with this. Her legal medical opinion is that on the date of this offense, Ms. Stauch was legally insane. Now, the prosecution is going to have some witnesses from our state mental hospital in Pueblo that I imagine are going to say, no, she was perfect. She knew what she was doing. It's normal behavior for a person to do that. Yeah, she had some mental issues and everything like that, but everybody does, but they don't know he killed an 11-year-old boy. And that is true. A lot of people do have mental health issues. It was talked about in voir dire. Will have very severe mental health issues. They don't go out and kill people. And they don't go out and kill 11-year-old boys or their stepsons. They had had a nice hike just the day before, as evidenced by that photo. don't stab the stepson dozens of times. Discharged 3 bullets, a 9mm handgun at the boy, hitting him once, killing him once. Beat him, burn him, and do all these other things you're going to hear about. Wrong, and it's horrible. She not saying. And she will be held accountable. Not guilty by reason and insanity. We'll get a jury instruction. It's about a paragraph long. It indicates in that case, and I think Judge Warner alluded to it, to one panel of potential jurists in the last couple of weeks. She's found guilty, then it's guilty. She's subject to regular sentencing by the court. But if I'm not guilty by reason of insanity, does it mean she walks out of here? She's committed to the state hospital, Colorado Department of Human Services, and they take over from there, the state mental hospital. That's not what we're dealing with here now. So I know there is a natural urge, human urge, a real urge. You hear about that little boy with that big bright smile that you saw on the screen. Hear about what happened to him. You want to make somebody pay. Want to make somebody pay dearly. Not right. What happened to that young? Awful. But not providing Stauch constitutional protections for presumption of innocence, the right to remain silent, placing the burden of proof squarely on the shoulders of the prosecutor, letting bias or sympathy come in and cloud your judgment. Not going to bring Gannon back. Prejudging the case by what you've heard in the media. Do no good. No, we have a tragedy here. And we know it's terrible. But just listen to the evidence, as I started out with. Don't check out. It's going to be easy. Went into week 6, hearing all these witnesses and looking at evidence. You're going to want to check out. You're going to want to form your decision soon in this case. You can't do that. For the next 6 to 8 weeks while we're in this trial, you can't form an opinion. Warner was telling you that. You're in an evidence gathering phase now. You're gathering the facts. Like Judge Warner's famous Denver omelets, this is the ingredient gathering stage. Okay? It's in the cooking stage. When you go back to the jury room after all the evidence is in, you start putting the ingredients together. For omelet, or just a ham and cheese omelet. whether you've got a guilty, not guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity based on the evidence, the ingredients. When you're in the jury room, that's when you start putting it together. Just writing down, taking notes, taking it all in. Why the judge mentioned several times to you today, I don't want y'all talking about the case amongst yourselves. Kind of a special, hidden, quiet place, this courtroom, especially you jurors. Don't want y'all talking about the case because that leads to deliberating and judgment. It's in the judgment phase. So, thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. We'll be spending a lot of time together over the next couple months, so keep an open mind. Put a lot of the bad stuff out of your mind for now. What the prosecution has to say, hear what the defense has to say. At the end of this, as Mr. Allen said, when he's concluded his opening statement, he said, I'm going to come back in a couple months and ask you to find her guilty. I or Mr. Tellini in 2 months are going to ask you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. Now the trial starts. Had opening statements, you've had all that now. He said and I said, it's not evidence. Checked it up on the board and the videos and the audios that he played. That's not evidence. Remember what the judge said. If you had to deliver a verdict right now, it's not guilty. Woman right here is not guilty. He's presumed innocent. Not telling you to like it. I'm just telling you that's the way it is. I'm going to stop now because I'm running out of steam. But I really, really, really do appreciate your time. I know the judge, Hayes do, said earlier, you know, you're the ones that are making the sacrifice. You're the ones that, you know, are losing money because you're not able to go to work. That, you know, your workspaces, your offices are idle because you're going to be here for 2 months. What we do, this is where we work, all of us, the attorneys, we pay. They're the ones that make the sacrifice in this case. And I do appreciate it. And on behalf of my attorney, Mr. Tellini, I know he appreciates it. Thank you.
Todd, can you get the last perimeter light, please? I'm not sure which one it is. Thank you.
What the judge has to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a little bit of roadmap as to what you can expect and where we go from here. As I said this morning, opening statements are not evidence. Their purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be. Keep in mind that in this case, as in every case, attorneys are paid advocates. Their job is to persuade you that evidence proves or does not prove a particular point. And as I said earlier, nothing an attorney says is evidence, and they do not take an oath to tell you the truth. Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits received in evidence, and stipulated, admitted, or judicially noticed facts. After the prosecution's evidence, the defendant may present evidence in her own behalf, but she is not required to do so. I want to remind you that the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The prosecution must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence or call any witnesses or introduce any evidence. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will tell you the rules of law which you are to use in reaching your verdict. I will read those rules of law to you, and you will be allowed to take them with you to the jury room during your deliberations. After you have heard all of the evidence and the instructions, the prosecution and the defense may make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. The prosecuting attorney will have the opportunity to reply to the closing argument made by the defense. You will then go to the jury room to deliberate on a verdict. Your purpose as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and your decision must be based solely upon the evidence. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules, you must follow them. You will then apply these rules to the facts which you have determined from the evidence. In this way, you will determine whether the prosecution has proven the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. At times during the trial, attorneys may make objections. That's the part in the TV show or movie where one lawyer asks a question and the other one stands up and objects. On TV, the lawyers start to argue with each other, and then sometimes they go up to the bench and they argue with the judge. I know you're going to be surprised, but that doesn't happen in real life. The lawyers in this room have years of experience. They know that the procedure in this case is governed by a written set of rules that apply to all criminal cases called the Colorado Rules of Criminal Procedure. They also know that the evidentiary matters are governed by a written set of rules called the Colorado Rules of Evidence, which apply to all case proceedings, to all cases proceeding to trial. Watch the lawyers, and you will observe that what really happens is that an objection is made. I will ask for an explanation, something like grounds, for the objection, and the response from the attorney will be something like hearsay or foundation or relevance or 404. And most of the time, watch the attorneys closely, most of the time the attorneys will state an objection in 5 words or less. There's not a whole lot of arguing that's going on during that time period. And regardless, the argument is never directed to opposing counsel because I'm the one making the ruling and not opposing counsel. So in reality, the lawyers rarely come up to the bench to argue a point because all they need to do is reference the rule, case, or principle they are relying upon for their objection. In any event, the objection simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to evidence which they believe may not be properly offered. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness may not answer it. As jurors, you must draw no inferences from the question or speculate as to what the witness would have said if permitted to answer. At other times, I may instruct you not to consider a particular statement that was made. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I have instructed you to disregard. Such evidence is to be treated as if you had never seen or heard it. We talked about the notebooks that you have and the juror questions and the process for doing that. They know where to meet, Mr. Combs? Yes. They know where to meet in the morning? All right. Give us just a few minutes and we will get you the parking passes. They're on a lanyard, so keep them because that's what you'll need to get in and out of the juror parking lot. The issue about the truck. Haven't solved it yet. And there's a juror that cannot get into the parking garage because of size of vehicle. Who is that? Just raise your hand.
He drives a
don't
monster
leave yet.
truck.
We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you. I mean, you can leave the courtroom, but don't leave the courthouse just yet. And for the rest of you, it's going to take just a couple of minutes, unless Todd, you want to run down there on my bookshelf. Do you know where that is? Okay. And so Todd, oh, no, I mean, wait, Todd, come back.
Todd.
It's all good. There. So he's going to get you the lanyards with parking passes on them. Use them to come in, and we will talk with juror number 14 about what to do with your situation. We have a solution. Rachel, you still here somewhere? Stick around. We need to talk. I think we can use the same solution that we did for the other juror that was coming back at 11. That work? Okay. All right. We have a solution, so just hold on and we will get to you. With that, if I can have everyone, you'll know where to meet Mr. Combs in the morning and how to get into the building. We should be able to start right on time tomorrow at 9 o'clock. What you can expect is that we will start with witnesses. We will take a break for 15 or 20 minutes, somewhere between 10 and 10:30. Then we will proceed on to lunch at noonish, come back 1:15, 1:30. Have a break, 15, 20 minutes, somewhere between 3 and 3:30 in the afternoon, then recess at 5 o'clock. That's how your day will look every day from here on out. The other thing that you should expect, so that it doesn't catch you off guard, is that every day that we start trial after today, well, I did it this morning actually, but every day that we start trial from here on out, I will ask you a question. And that is, it will be the same question every day. You're going to get sick of hearing it, but it's the same question that I'm going to be asking. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. So that's why those admonitions that I said about avoiding press, avoiding opinions, avoiding research, all of those things, they all come into play. It's important. This is an important process. So with that, your discharge, we'll see you in the morning. All rise for the jury, please. Right. The only one that I knew of was juror 3. Before you step out real quick, does anybody aside from juror 3 need a letter? Okay. All right. We got it. Thank you.
And with that, they're
juror
leaving.
16 and juror 3.
I'm looking for this police chase, guys. I see you guys saying there's a police chase. It looks like there's a LA cruiser stolen. I'm trying to get a good link that I can access this. Give me just a second. I'd much rather end on a police chase than that. This I knew this was going to be heavy, but I didn't realize how heavy. Let's see.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Allen, I want to clear up one thing on the record. Because I think it's an issue in, where is this?
Okay, here we go.
Where's it listed at, though?
We're bringing in some more audio.
Huh. Okay. I just want to make sure that the count that you are dismissing is
count number 3.
Count 3, child abuse resulting in death.
Correct. So count 1 is murder in the first degree. 2 is child under 12. 3 is the child abuse resulting in.
Okay.
That's the one that requires an accumulation of injuries, all that kind of thing, not providing. That was charged before Gainon's body was ever recovered. When Gainon's body was recovered, we added 1, which is now murder in the first degree.
Okay. So this would have been, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's count 3 of the amended information.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to check on, because the original complaint information that was filed on March 11 only has 4 counts, and count 3 is tampering with a deceased human body, and in that one, count 2 is the child abuse resulting in death. So it looks like what happened, they didn't realize the amendment, and when they put it in, that's what the conflict is.
The amendment was filed probably March 18th, roughly.
As court is wrapping up here, we've got.
I have March 20. Yeah. Okay.
We've got a police chase to end on.
So what you are
we've got
proposing to
court in the top
dismiss
right-hand
is the
corner.
one knowingly or recklessly caused an injury or unreasonably placed in a situation that posed a threat of injury to life, health, or safety by engaging in a continuing pattern of conduct that resulted in cruel punishment, mistreatment, and accumulation of injuries. That's the one you're wanting to dismiss.
So count 3 in the amended information.
So it's the amended information. That's where the hang up is. Okay, I think we've got that resolved. Okay, so have your witnesses here 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We should be able to start right on time at that point. And Rachel, I want to talk to you when we're done. Is there anything else that we need to address from the prosecution? Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Rachel, can you come back in the back hallway for a minute, please? All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right. Court's in recess. A lot to talk about there. A lot to talk about. First of all, I'm sorry. This is super heavy. Crazy. Crazy heavy. At the same time, lots of strange stuff is going on here. It's bizarre. Let's bring this up here. We did just pick up a live police chase that's happening right now as we're going on. See if we can get any audio with it. I'm not seeing an audio feed camera. It's camera only right now. Yes, the defense lawyer did basically say this is a lost cause and stand up and walk out, and made it all the way to the double doors. Didn't actually touch the doors, but looked like he was just going to quit right there, and then said, I can't quit. That wouldn't be fair. But yeah, we've got another police cruiser stolen. The last one we followed was also a cop car stolen. This one will be a little easier to track because we have a number on the roof. So we're looking for car number 743. 743, you are the lucky winner. The helicopter's going to keep a close eye on you. She should turn sirens on. Most people don't know how to operate the sirens in a police car. They're buttons and everything. Yeah, it was weird of him. The defense guy was absolutely crazy. I will say the prosecution, aside from the content of what they had to tell, that what they told was amazing. The narrative they spun, the way they laid it out, the matter of fact, the tone, the tempo, everything about the prosecution's open was perfect. That was amazing. And then the contrast, we had the defense, which basically said, my client's guilty. This is a lost cause, but give me a chance anyway. And then, by the way, she's guilty by reason of insanity. There's voice on Fox. Let me check Fox.
Side window
there we go.
There, but you can see somebody moving around, one person moving around inside.
I have Fox
there.
audio.
It is reported that is a female that hopped in there and took off in the deputy's vehicle, but still tracking it about 80, 90 miles an hour here. We're just past Euclid, and once again, we have light traffic up ahead. That carpool lane is pretty well open as you make your way eastbound all the way into the Corona area.
Kevin, thank you. I want to quickly say a big thank you to Sandra Endo, who brought you this coverage just a few minutes ago when we jumped on the air. She is signing off for the day. She's been here, of course, since very early this morning. So,
okay, I'm looking for another feed.
On the desk,
this is actually
just
6.
hit
So
2 o'clock.
We're getting
Kevin
this.
Takumi
This
with
is
me
the feed
to
we're
cover
getting
this
the audio for.
pursuit of a stolen LA County Sheriff's deputy cruiser. This is the second time that this has happened in less than a week. It was 6 days ago that we saw the other one play out in the Antelope Valley. That one turned deadly. This one on the 91 East,
really
as it has been for a long time now, from LA County now into Orange County. You just mentioned the exits we've passed, and our Extreme Nav technology shows us that we're just passing East Street, Raymond Avenue in Orange County, Kevin. We're also getting word from officials that even though that there are weapons locked up, even though that this female suspect behind the wheel, as we're now off the 91, we exited here. It looks like Raymond Avenue, as we're skirting on by, it's come to a stop. Trying to get by these vehicles, Kevin. We understand that it takes a whole other set of keys to unlock where those weapons are within the cruiser. So in other words, this suspect would not have access to those weapons that are locked up, which of course is a huge relief.
Yeah, that is a good sign. You see, now we're getting
She's
off
moving,
into
though.
surface streets again here. We're northbound on Raymond. We're in the Anaheim and Fullerton kind of areas. Suspect is driving back and forth using opposite lanes of traffic here and keeping up those speeds there on these surface streets. Now we're making a turn going.
Everybody just thinks it's a cop
Orange
behind them. They're all
Source, and
pulling
that's
over
gonna keep
for
us
her.
just north of the 91 freeway here, but moving back westbound. And like I said, this is going to run us alongside in the Fullerton area north of the 91 freeway. We'll be passing through the Fullerton Municipal Rail Yard where they do pickups.
She does have the lights
for
going now.
Amtrak and whatnot, but you see speeds 90 miles an hour here. We are still on surface streets going by cars that are going about 35 miles an hour. Like they're standing still here and coming up to an intersection. You can see there is a green light ahead now trying to make a southbound turn. Southbound on Lemon,
So-
that's going to kind of take us back towards the 91 freeway.
So here's a question for you.
We'll see if they.
Is it legal for her to run a red light
Lemon
because
here,
she's in a
tries to
police car with the
cross
lights
over or tries to
flashing?
get back onto the freeway and back in the other direction. And it looks like we're just about to come up to that 91 freeway here. Almost decided to take the wrong way of traffic there, but there was a tow truck that was coming northbound, so we're still moving southbound on Lemon Street and going over the 91 freeway and then continuing. So we're going to continue southbound on Lemon here. Now this
She's
street
almost
does
clipping
dead
these
end up
cars.
ahead, so it goes left or right on La Palma when it comes to it. Now there was a truck that was making a left turn there.
Yep.
So they had to squeeze around. Now we're on a smaller commercial street here.
Yeah, so it's East
So the
Commercial Street.
Airship's trying to get the ground units into this here and trying to see because this is kind of like a dead end area here.
I'm going to go ahead and record this on the instant replay in case something happens. We can replay the crash.
They kind of might be able to come back out. So they have also authorized the pit earlier in this pursuit. So this is coming up to a dead end. The airship is calling a dead end up ahead here because it's going to come up to the train tracks. So there's not going to be much more of this.
Yeah, because clearly the suspect doesn't know that she is headed toward a dead-end street. So we're going to see how this all plays out. As you saw the black and white, there's that dead end now into this yard here of, I'm not sure which kind of, some sort of a construction lumber yard, perhaps. You see the work trucks.
Yeah, we're in a commercial.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, they're in a commercial yard and zigzagging through this commercial yard here.
She's going back on the road, back the other direction. Now she's going to have cops coming towards her.
She's trying to find her way out now, kind of parallel, actually on the railroad tracks there almost, and then cut back out. And still, they're talking about setting up a containment of everything here. Okay, it's about almost getting stuck in the dirt here. So they're trying to block off the exit to make sure that she is not able to get out of this. Hopefully they're going to try to contain this in the yard here.
I hope so. I hope that they've now blocked off the entranceway with other black and whites. It's going to be, they've just, nope. Of course, we've seen that multiple times.
She's like, hey guys, what's up? See, I got to go.
And they were not able to block off the entranceway. So
there should be cops coming towards her right here.
That was going to be a surefire way to end this.
Ram it, ram it.
There's the pit.
Okay,
there's the pit.
They're trying to pit it there. Try to get it to come around.
The suspect trying to make her way back out. Okay, so they have. So now they've got the suspect surrounded right now. Yeah, so this is East Commercial Street and North Olive Street, and you see plenty of deputies out. Obviously, their guns drawn. This is a very dangerous situation because she's using the vehicle as a deadly weapon. There are weapons inside, although we understand that she doesn't have access to the weapons. If you're just joining us,
I think
she's done. That's about as tight as you can get.
So now they're gonna block it in.
The guy just got out with his car in reverse.
Oh my goodness!
Please,
so this
please, this is the best. This is the best.
But it didn't.
It's in reverse. He just about rammed into the car.
He didn't lock it into gear, and then thank goodness he was able to get back in there. Okay, so. It's just a matter of time, but extremely dangerous situation. You see all of the deputies now
she can
at
get
the
out.
rear, guns drawn. It doesn't appear that the driver will be able to carry on, at least in the vehicle. Will the...
Now they blocked it off substantially in front, so there's no way, even though that even though that other SUV rolled back, the road is completely blocked.
Yeah, but she can go on the grass. I mean, there's
an arrest
options.
team that's kind of putting their team together there alongside, as well as a shield. So they may try to come up to the vehicle and just try to pull the suspect out there. They're trying to clear everybody, all the other bystanders downrange of this, what's going on right now, but they don't know if the suspect had it, but it looks like they're going to move in here. They're going to try to. They'll either break the window or they'll just try to open. They can open the door themselves. They have general keys that they can just open the door and try to get the suspect out.
They're going to yank the suspect out.
They're pull her out.
Put her in handcuffs.
Put her in handcuffs. Take her into custody. It doesn't look like there's a lot of struggle going on there, which is a good sign. So it looks like the person is just giving up at this point. So deputies putting the cuffs on her, and so it looks like this is going to come to a stop here. And with all those high speeds, I didn't hear of any collisions that happened throughout this pursuit, especially with those speeds of 100 miles an hour or more.
I think the only crash was the deputy
100
who
miles per hour,
backed into another cop car after locking
and
himself out with
plenty
his
of
car
near
in
misses.
reverse.
So yes, now the suspect is on her feet in handcuffs. We're seeing, as we zoom in, trying to get a better look, but those deputies are now going to cart her off to jail. This all happened at 1:30. And Kevin, do we know? We understand that the vehicle was parked. Was this person stopped by deputies when she stole the cruiser? Do we know?
What does her shirt say? Security?
We don't know.
Does it say security on it?
Possibly, the call came out on the radio that deputy said someone jumped into their car. This was out of the city of Compton where this all started. So what we had heard initially was that the deputies called out that somebody was into their car. There was a second patrol unit that was with those deputies, so they were able to start the pursuit right off of the bat. But you can see here that person being taken into custody, kind of wearing a security a shirt that says security on the back. So we will have to later get the backstory on exactly who this is, who this suspect is, and what prompted
I'm guessing
them to jump in
she's
the
probably not going to
vehicle
keep her
and
job.
get started. But so far it doesn't sound like this was on a traffic stop. This was just they were on a call of some kind, and this person just jumped into the vehicle and took off.
And you're absolutely right about that. Nice observation that the shirt that the suspect has on says security on the back. So we'll work to find out more information about the suspect, how this happened. And to your point too, Kevin, thank goodness there were plenty of near misses, but as far as we saw, no actual accidents as a result of the reckless driving, the dangerous driving, the erratic driving that we all witnessed mainly on the 91 and then on those surface streets with speeds beyond 100 miles per hour.
Okay, we're going to rewind just a little bit.
Like we were just talking about, at those speeds, it could have been there could have been so many collisions there, not only on the freeway but as well as the surface streets that it was on. But like I said, luckily I didn't hear the airship call out any collisions that this pursuit occurred in throughout the way, going all the way from Compton and ending up in Anaheim here.
All right, Kevin, we thank you so much for your coverage
today.
Let
me rewind. We're going to show you.
We will remind you that we will have the very latest.
Okay, so we're going to drop their audio. Let me show you really quickly what just happened on the. So let's rewind here. This is back in when she's. Let's back up just a little bit. She heads down the road here, right? So we're heading down the road. She takes a left into this yard. I don't know. It's a truck yard of some sort, right? She flies through here, gets a little bit lost. This dude, not sure what he's doing. He's like, "What's up?" And just standing there. She squeezes between those two buildings, comes back around, doesn't quite make it back out. She's still inside the fenced area. You can see the train tracks there. Takes a left. This is where she does some pretty good driving. They should have hit her here while she was in the dirt because she's sliding. You can see the truck. They could have pinned her up against that little hill. Maybe got her stuck a little bit. Goes around here. Pulls up next to this other cop. Like pulls up next to him just to talk to him. Like, "Hey guys, what's up?" As if she's talking. I mean, she hits the brakes and stops right here. And he's like, "Oh, you want to talk?" And then she splits. Now, the best part is the dude that's going to block her car off in front here. First, they try a pit maneuver, which fails. So right here, they work up here to a little tight spot here. It's the front car, right? The front car here. We're going to play this a couple times here. Let me, hang on. Let me rewind just a little bit. We're backing up. She has like a broken window, or maybe there's something in the window. It's not actually shot at, so she is at gunpoint, but I don't think any shots were actually fired. So she squeezes forward here. Another cop comes in. This dude, hero number, 281, comes in right here, puts his car right in harm's way, closes the door and runs, has locked it. We're watching this in real time. Hops out, locks the door. It's in reverse. He's fumbling for the fob. The car's turning a little bit too. Everyone's laughing at him. He jumps in, stops it right as... No, did that hit the other car? I don't know if it hit it. That is so close. Man, what a bad day. He's like, he was reaching for his gun. He's about to join the stack right here, right? He's right here. He's going for his draw, right? He's going for draw his gun. He's like, oh crap! Gun goes back in the holster. Now he's fumbling for the fob, trying to get the fob open. This is so good. Oh, here we go. Trying to get it open. I think he hits this car. It just looks so close. And then they pull her out. Okay, all good, all good. That's how we want to end a live stream, as opposed to the other. Stolen cop car cancels all that out. Let's see. Did I miss any questions here? How about talk about the case, please? Yes, let's do that, Justin. Let's go back and look at the case. First of all, the jury has been questioned, and we heard some of that questioning, and some of that questioning involved basically asking them, "Hey, this is a really hard case. You're going to hear some really hard things. Will you be able to move forward and do this?" They've already said, "Yes, we can do this. None of us will have a problem with that." They might be like me and realize, "Wow, I didn't realize it would be this heavy," but. It started now. They can't say, "Hey, it was worse than I thought. Now I want out." The judge is going to be like, "Nope, you're in for the long haul. You've already testified under oath that you'd be able to do it." So jury's seated. They get a break. They come back. It's opening statements. Prosecution opening statement was short. I'd say it was less than half an hour. It spelled out the details, everything they need to. What's interesting is she's not arguing that she didn't do it. So they're not cross-examining people saying, the defense isn't going to be like, "Well, how do you know it was her?" type thing. No, they're not saying she didn't do it. They're saying she did it, but she's insane. So we're going to see a completely different line of questioning with witnesses, where you might have some pretty damaging testimony that comes in and almost no cross-examination. We'll just see how that goes. It just depends how they want to approach that. Christine says, "I forgot to put my car in park last summer and ended up getting caught under my open door and dragged for 20 feet as it rolled backwards." Oh, my goodness. Mrs. R.A. has a story like this, but I can't share it without her permission. But it totaled the car. Okay. Not having my opinion, true crimes, Justin Walker. We're different, a little different. I guess our situations in life are a little different, but we're still going to follow the case. We're not dropping this case for any reason. We're following this through. I do sound like the judge. He uses my voice. There may be too much evidence to stipulate she didn't do it. They're going to go for the next best thing. Insanity is all they've got. Evidence of insanity is going to be coming from an expert witness who recently tested her and found that she was insane. So it's going to be his test results, his findings, but it goes up against another equal expert who came to the opposite conclusion. She's gonna kill me for mentioning that already. Okay, I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to tell her. Okay, you have to promise not to tell her. We had a minivan. Okay, we had a minivan in our driveway. It was the vehicle that we drove the kids around in. Minivans happen, guys. I know you guys think they're like, I'll never drive a minivan, but you get 6 kids and suddenly you have a minivan. It's what you do. And so we had a minivan in the driveway, and the kids, they play with all the light switches and the buttons, the knobs in there, and of course they leave the lights on inside the car. The battery's dead. So she goes out to start it. It won't start. So we need to jump start it. But because of the way our driveway was situated, you have to sort of push the car out onto the street so that another car can come up and jump start it. So they think, oh, we'll just call our friends. She calls her friend. She's like, yeah, I can bring my car over. We'll do that. It's not a problem. They all get together. And she's like, well, we have to push and I have to steer. So I'm going to, open the door, put it in neutral so we can back out. She opens the door, puts it in neutral, and backs out. And they push the car back, and the door catches the basketball standard, the pole next to the driveway, and it just bends the door all the way forward. I guess they pushed pretty hard, but they just completely torqued the door, so now it would not close at all. And the minivan, being as cheap as it was totally totaled. Like, the insurance looked at it and said it's going to cost more to repair that door than the van is worth. And so they totaled it, so we got a new car. So that's her story of leaving the door, not closed, but open, and backing up with the door open. So it's a little bit different. But now you have to promise not to tell. I swear, if when you go over to one of you goes over to her channel and says, "Guess what RA's hold?" So, anyway, we can laugh about it now, but growing up when money's super tight and young kids, I think at the time I was going to school, that'll buff out. Not quite. I will say, I've always had suspicions. She hated that van. She hated it, and I think she might have I don't know. That's all I'll say. At least we got a new car. Yes. Totally totaled. And it's funny now. We have a funny story we can laugh about. All right. Let's see. Living dangerously. Hey, Mrs. R.A., my daughter had a guest overnight and told her to park behind me, and I left forgetting and hit the bumper. She has one of those stories too. Mrs. R.A. Decided to be the driver for a group of friends that were going somewhere. So they all hopped in Mrs. R.A.'s car, which happened to be a Crown Victoria at the time. And she put it in reverse and backed up, and they said, "What was that noise?" And one of her friends says, "That was my car." So she had bumped into the car with her friend in it. So it's funny to hit somebody when they're in your car. Well, it's not funny, but you can laugh about that now. It was just like a little bump, no harm, no foul. Okay, any other questions about the court case? Mrs. R is a better driver than I am. It is just sheer luck that has resulted in the number of accidents on each side. Great, Ivan's going to out me here.
Ivan Victor.
Ivan, how are you doing, sir?
Mr. R.A., I just figured I would catch you before the day ended.
Yeah.
It has been quite a heavy day.
Yeah.
I had to tune in and out. It is, I kind of figured this would be a rough one, but I didn't know that it would be this graphic right out the gate,
Yeah, that was tough.
But it's tough for any parent or any person with a soul, and especially for people, like, us who have lost a child, to hear about someone taking their own. It is just unbearable sometimes, but I will be there supporting you in numbers, even if I have to mute it.
Yeah.
But
hopefully not every day is going to be as heavy as others. Hopefully we'll have moments of levity. I like the judge. I'm so excited. The judge's voice, the way he describes things, he's a good judge. So I'm hoping that'll be good.
I honestly feel for the defense attorney. I know it was kind of an awful, people who are criticizing his opening defense or his opening. What has he got to work with? He's defending a demon.
Nothing.
Let's be real. And so he didn't sign up for this. I'm almost certain he's a public defender, right? Yes.
Mm-hmm. I think so. I think it's public defender. So court appointed. When he says he can't quit, I think he's telling the truth. I can't quit.
Exactly.
The judge won't let me.
I would be interested to hear, Matthew or Nicole's take on that. I can't imagine being in such a scenario, because when you sign up to be a lawyer, these are not the type of scumbags you are anticipating having to vouch for. But they get their day too, as awful of humans as they may be.
Yep.
But
that's the system we love, is that everybody, no matter how
Yep.
bad the crime is, gets a...
It's just like free speech. You don't vouch for free speech for speech you like. You vouch for free speech for speech you hate.
Yep.
Okay, that's kind of the way it works. And so a little bit of better news. My freshman boy made the high school team as a freshman for baseball tryouts today.
Awesome.
And so, yeah.
Give
he's
him
the
our
youngest-
congratulations. That is neat.
Yeah, he's the youngest and smallest kid on the team because he's got a summer birthday, so we always had him up a grade rather than down a grade, you know.
Yeah.
And so, but he's pretty stoked about that, and so I just kind of wanted to add a little bit of good news to the catastrophe of the day. So.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm looking through chat right now. Is half mixed of people with wishing your dog well. Is she feeling better? Is Rebel?
Rebel. Honestly, Rebel is recovering better. She has this weird thing where she's just like dry heaving, but nothing comes out, and I don't know what to make of it. You know, and she's not acting like she normally does. Like when she's sick, she's very lethargic and, you know, almost plays it and trumps it up to get extra loving. But she's not really doing that. She's not really doing that. It's just this weird, like, hacking. And Red Pen mentioned some weird thing that happens when the snow melts, and I think that's it because
like
you know how
type
much
thing.
I walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how much I walk her, and plus you got to imagine all the salt and sand and all the crap she's licking up when we're on walks and stuff. So, but she's got it milked because she's eating egg whites twice a day because she won't eat her dry food when she's feeling sick, and you know the price of eggs, so I feel like a millionaire.
Yeah, and she does as well.
Feeding my dog eggs.
A lot of people are saying they can't wait for her to be able to go out and walks and watch her videos. So looking forward to that. Ivan, congratulations to your son. That is super
I'm just
cool.
at the store now, so I'm not seeing the chat, but yeah, I just wanted to call in with a little bit of better news. Rebel's going to make it. She's a tough broad, so I'm not worried about her.
Awesome, Ivan. Good to hear from you.
All right, love you guys. We'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see you. Bye. Awesome, Ivan's awesome. Let's see the details of this case. Really, I think for us, as far as, you know, if everyone's like, hey, we're ready for a poll. Yeah, her defense has said she's guilty. Okay, the poll is not going to be guilty or not guilty. The poll here, really, in the decision that's going to be in front of the jury, is whether or not she's guilty by way of insanity, or whether she's guilty or whether she's not guilty by way of insanity. She's guilty of committing the crime, is pretty clear what the defense has said right here. But they think that she should not be held accountable because of her mental state at the time the crime was committed. So that's going to be our focus in this trial. So we're gonna see a lot of evidence, and quite honestly, they've got an uphill road to hoe. It's like all the evidence, all of everything she did, cleaning up the crime, everything she did, planning it, hiding it, things like that. These are all things that go to speak against how she is sane, how she's able to think things through and reason properly. I mean, it's not like she, you know, did some weird, bizarre stuff, you know, like just like what in the world is she doing? Does she not understand, you know, anything? No, she acted the way somebody who was guilty would act if they were trying to hide their actions, which typically points to sane and not insane. Insane, they would do random weird things that just don't make sense, and she doesn't have that in her history there. Let's see, we've got. She knew what she was doing to try to conceal the murder shows. Yeah, and going back and moving the body and everything. It's like, where's she being housed? She's in jail. I believe just a jail. Psych unit is after isn't maybe if she's committed. I don't know how it can go 6 to 8 weeks either. That seems like they're trying to scare people off. Motive, they don't need to prove it. And I know the defense is saying, hey, the fact they don't have a motive is because they have lack of evidence. No, they have plenty of evidence. They just don't have to prove a motive in Idaho. That's the law. Okay. We're going to start later tomorrow. 1 hour later, Sharon, because of the court, we're going to start at 10 o'clock instead of 9. Let's see. Everything shows calculations. She's not getting away with it. I agree. All right, so that's it. It's been a long day. It's been It's been crazy, and we ended with a police chase. I mean, this is the best we could do, really. No one commits a crime like this can be deemed as sane, in my opinion. However, she was still able to make conscious decisions. Crazy and evil, yes. Mentally unwell, definitely not insane. No chance. I'm going to do a couple things tomorrow. I'm going to try to get. I'm going to try to have a couple computers running the same webinar feed, so that I can have. So I can mess with the video without sliding the bar back and forth and having to reposition stuff. I'd like to be able to do it on my switcher instead of manually on that. Thank you, everybody, all the new people who found us here. I'm so glad you did. We do hope you do enjoy it here and you choose to stay. One easy way to do that is by clicking the subscribe button and ringing the bell and then joining us every day. We're going to be live 10 a.m. Sounds like 10 a.m. is going to be our new time during this trial, because at 10 a.m. Eastern time, that is. That'll give us 1 hour to get our morning catch up together, do some roll call work, give away the internet to the first person in chat, all those things we normally do before we begin again. Agree, RA, between cleanup, getting rid of body, and doing interview with media, insanity not going to fly. Yeah, she sort of shot herself in the foot with her defense. Saved my dog with activated charcoal. If the person knows right from wrong, I thought that was the standard. We'll have to look at the law in Idaho, or sorry, Colorado, where this case is. I'm thinking BK already. Sorry. That's 11 o'clock your time. I'll bring lunch. Excellent, Michelle. Sounds good. Let's do this tomorrow. We will do this tomorrow. But for tonight, we're going to be done. 9 a.m. in Central. Yep. Can you show us an update on the subs? I can tell you. Let's see. We have 10,559 subscribers. 10,559. So it grew about 250 today, which is awesome. So thank you, everybody. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And stay safe till we go live again. It'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you all for being here. This is the best place on the internet to watch true crime. You guys make it all wonderful. My son just walked past dancing to your theme. That is awesome. I'll crank it up for him, Lisa. Thanks a lot, you guys. Have a good night. We'll see you.
Alex stole it as well.